class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Yes, we've had our day off and we're ready to go again. Two really interesting groups to bring you here today. On table one, the top seed is Iran's Hossein Vafai. He starts out shortly against Oliver Sykes. He's a new pro from the southeast of England. Fang Zhengyi, former European Masters champion, follows against Austria's Florian Nörsler. Table two starts with Ben Wollaston. He was sweltering in our commentary box last week, but he'll be on the table shortly against Huang Jihao of China. Noppen Sengkam of Thailand takes on the Welshman Liam Davies, who got his tour card back through the Q School just a few weeks ago. So you can follow Table 2 live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But for us, it's an intriguing match this. Hossein Vafai, of course, a very well-known character in the game, got to the quarterfinals of the World Championship just a couple of months ago. And he's up against this young man, Oliver Sykes, a new professional and a great prospect from the UK, just 20 years of age. He's from Eastleigh in Hampshire. And he's already had some good results in the qualifiers just a couple of weeks ago. So certainly one to watch. And watching it with me, I'm delighted to welcome back leading coach, Lee Walker. Hello, Lee.
Yeah, good morning, Dave. I think this will be a really exciting group this month. First mistake from Hossein. Nice easy starter for young Oliver. Like you said, Dave, he's already won a couple of matches this season.
One.
To get to watch him play a little bit in the qualifiers. Definitely one for the future.
Yeah, we've been sort of looking for British youngsters to sort of challenge the Chinese youngsters who come on tour, and he's one of them, but that will not please him.
Yeah, and he's left us saying, nice angle here at the pot. This red brings some more reds into play. Well, he played that. Thought he would have gone into that with a little bit more power.
Yeah, now it's left this awkward, this black. It's that red that's near his bridge hand that's the problem, that one there.
Eight.
He's actually gone a little bit too far for the red he intended, so if he is to carry on this break, he's going to need a good pot. The red by the blue. Very good. Very good indeed.
Well, this time last year he was carrying a shoulder injury which did affect him for much of the season, but it seems, touch wood, to have cleared up. And at the end of last season, of course, he got to the World Open quarterfinals, but then at the Crucible, he really came good. He was the only qualifier to beat a seed. He beat Sergio Wei in round one, beat Judd Trump 13-12, before Wu Yize, of course, the eventual winner, beat him. But there, he just caught the blue, so looks like end of break.
11.
Yeah, he played so well again in that match against Judd Trump. Unfortunately for him, though, he ran into Wu Yize in the next round. I think he described Wu's game as like a computer game.
Oliver Sykes got on tour. He got to the European Championship final, and Anton Kazakov had already qualified, so he knew going into that match that he was going to be getting a tour card. Those qualifiers, China Open, he beat Lu Wenwei. Wuhan Open, he beat Ross Muir and Zhak Surety before Pang Zhengzhu beat him. So he's had 3 wins under his belt already this season. Of course, it's all new to him. Very exciting to be suddenly on the World Snooker Tour, guaranteed a 2-year card, of course, as a professional initially.
Yeah, and he also had a few good wins in the World Championship qualifiers as well. Beat Liam Graham, Lou Houchen, before he lost to Zach Surety. In that match against Lou Houchen, he made a break of 146. Won't be happy with a couple of the shots he's played here this morning. Oh, missed a comfortable black and didn't play that one too good. It's left a nice chance for Hossein.
Yeah, and he had a successful run at the qualifying because he's qualified for both the China Open and Rouen Open final stages, so he's got those trips to look forward to in August. Be good to see him really sort of move forward this season because, as I say, I think that injury definitely held him back last year. 28 in the world, former shootout champion, but I think we saw at the Crucible, you know, he's a big occasion player, he's a big character, isn't he, Hossein Fafai, and I think that, you know, he could cause a few problems maybe this season if he can stay fit.
9.
Yeah, has been as high in the world as number 15.
Just a reminder, these matches, best of 4 effectively, so it could be 3-0, 3-1 or 2-2, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. If players are level on points, it goes on frame difference. Then if 2 players are tied, the result between them, but if that's the same, it's who makes the highest break.
Yeah, this could be a key shot here in this frame. He's going to pot the red. He's going to be going into the reds, so needs to judge this nicely. Could bring some more reds into play. If he can land on a colour as well, could be a frame winner. Well, he has brought more reds into play, but he won't be winning the frame from there.
17.
No, it's a bit of an uncertain start from both, really.
Yellow. Form is single face 17, other size 4.
Missed call, but I'd be surprised if Oliver puts it back. He's got a chance at this red into the left-hand black pocket. Got very close to it, unfortunately, because he has gone so close. The red has stayed over the corner pocket. It's another chance for Hossein.
Well, he's been threatening to take control of this frame for a few visits, but maybe this will be the one. He's already 24 in front here.
Usually very reliable
8.
in and around the black. Very heavy scorer. Well, didn't really look very comfortable on that then, did he? Chose to play it with the opposite hand. Well, it looks like he's taking this black on. That's an excellent shot. Where's the red going? Oh, well,
Oh,
you'd have to say that was very unfortunate to pot the red, but
9.
he shouldn't have been in that position. He should have been nicely on the black there. So, unexpected chance for Oliver.
What?
He's led Hossein in 3 times, and Hossein's only scored 37 points. So, decent chance this.
I'd be wondering what sort of game he plays. He says the player he most admires is Jack Lazowski. So, so I think it's fair to say he likes to attack, as you'd expect at the age of 20. He started playing at 8. His brother Daniel, actually, his elder brother, played first, and he would go and sort of watch him, and then just started playing himself. It's a good little setup they've got down there in Hampshire. Tim Dunkley
9.
has done a lot of good work with the juniors there. He's been coaching Oliver Sykes as well. Just having tournaments to play in and opportunities are great, but he's had opportunities in this frame. They both have, let's be honest, and not making much from them. Not sure he's left anything here though, but black off the spot. That'll disappoint him.
Yeah, and the first black he missed earlier in the frame, he kind of missed it roughly to the same spot, so just not quite settled yet.
No, I mean, it is a big match, I think, this, because it's being played, you know, on a televised table. It's not, you know, it's not 8 tables, you're around the back somewhere. It's quite prominent against a big name, quarter-finalist at the World Championship, so there may be just a few nerves to settle. Of course, there's not a lot of time to do that in such a short match.
That was a nice shot, though. Could have easily have gone wrong. Very good safety from Oliver. So important to get off to a good start. Like I said before, you can lose your first match and still win the group, but it doesn't happen very often. Like I was saying, just coming off the top cushion, just to rest on the red on the left hand side cushion. It's another decent safety shot. Wanted to make sure that he blocked off the line of the 2 reds. He's also saying, having a go at this red by the pink. He did. Obviously didn't feel that there was an easy safety shot on, so decided to take the red on. It's a nice red from Oliver. That was the kiss. He'll take that.
1.
It's an excellent chance now to go on and pinch this first frame.
It was a good pot considering, you know, a couple of blacks he'd missed in this frame. So can he now just keep things straightforward here?
Six. 7.
He's got a nice angle on this pink. Just play for the red that's closest to the black.
Well, we saw last week these pockets
13.
are not plain generous, so on shots like this you've got to be really precise.
14.
Yeah, and there was just a little nod of the head where he finished. He wanted to pot that red and get on the black, but angle he had, he couldn't do that, and just come up a bit short on this pink. He's played it well though. Because of that, being a little bit short on the pink, he's now left this red
20.
a little bit further away than he would have wanted, so one good pot could be a frame winner. Excellent. Excellent shot.
21.
Now just one. He's 5 points in front. One. Can he find one good positional shot to get on the yellow? Oh, he hasn't hit it hard enough. Had an excellent line. Just wanted that cue ball to go past the brown.
Well, it kind of sums the frame up in a way. It's taken quite a few chances and we're still none the wiser who's going to win it. Sykes 10 in front on the colours.
I think Hossein can hit this yellow. I'm not sure how much he can hit, but he's got to be careful he doesn't push it towards the left-hand corner pocket. And he's played it very well. That's an excellent shot. Excellent safety shot. And that seems a pretty good reply. You know, saying just having a look if he can get through the gap. Oliver's been very unfortunate.
Reminder the other two players in this group, Fang Zhengyi and Florian Nursler, so it's a very interesting group. Wide open, you would think. I'm sure those two are hoping this match finishes 2-2. Oh, terrific pot. And on the green as well. So that's the shot of the match so far by some distance.
Well, that's an absolute beauty. Beautiful shot. Running round off the two cushions. Nice position on the green.
Well, that'll make him forget about, you know, the missed blacks off spots and all the rest, because that looks like a frame winner. In fact, he just needs this brown, and it will be. So there's a sign of the potential of Oliver Sykes.
9.
Worth seeing again.
Yeah, you won't see many better shots than that.
It seems we've got more left-handers than ever as well.
14.
He's another talented one. New on tour, and okay, he started slowly, but so did Hossein Vafai, and it looked like there was going to be quite a protracted safety battle there, but not a bit of it. He's knocked the yellow in, and the first frame is going to be his, despite missing that pink. 24 in it. So Hossein Vafai stays in his seat, and it's first blood to 20-year-old Oliver Sykes from Eastleigh in Hampshire, who, well, has produced what may end up the shot of the whole week, and it's only the first match. Table 2, Ben Wollaston, who was with us, of course, in the commentary box a couple of days last week. He's 25 points up here against Huang Jihao in the first frame. Huang Jihao, he dropped off the tour, but came back on straight away through the Asia-Pacific Q School. Ben's sort of tour card in early season is in the balance. He's around that sort of 64 cut-off provisionally, but of course that can all change as the year goes on. His club is just a short walk. He's about a 5-minute walk from here. The other two players, Noppen Senkam and Liam Davies, they'll be playing next. And of course the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has all the action from Table 2. The 12 winners last week, only one won from outside the top or second seeds. So it was Dean Young on Saturday. He was actually the 4th seed in his group. All the other groups won by the 1st or 2nd seed. We'll see whether that pattern continues. But of course, Hossein Vafai already under it a little bit on Table 1. He's the top seed, but he's going to have to win the remaining 3 frames to get the 3 points out of this match. So that frame in the balance. Ben will be happy with that, I think, the result there. But anyway, let's go back to Table 1. As I say, Vafai now has got to win the next 3 frames. Otherwise, for him, I guess, as top seed, it feels like drop points.
Again, another good safety shot from Oliver. Be absolutely delighted to have won that first frame of in. There's 2 blacks off the spot. Some really good reply though from Hossein. That's a bit unfortunate. Played the shot pretty well. No damage done, I don't think. Don't think there's any pod on or any plants on for Hossein. Started off this season in the qualifiers very well. Beat Dave Lilly and Marco Fu comfortably to qualify for the China Open, and then beat Ben Wollaston by 5 frames to 1 to qualify for Wuhan. So he's obviously in very good form. That was a nice little nudge on the yellow. very good safety. He's blocked off the left side of the table, so doesn't seem to be a route back to the bulk end for Oliver. Unless he plays 2 cushions and glances the red. That's what he's trying. That's very good. He has left at least 1, possibly 2 reds for Hossein, but no guarantee of position. And that's the reason why he's not taking them on. That's another good safety. I think Oliver's having to go at this long red. Now, how's his luck?
Well, I having a good look to see if he can get through, but he can't. So, taking this other red that he's closest to.
1.
Well, he knows after that first frame that Sykes got dangerous the way he potted that yellow and won the frame, so Vafai looking to assert his authority now as the top seed in this group.
4.
Quite a young group, actually. He's the oldest player at 31. Sykes is 20. Nursler, 24. Fang Zhengyi, 25.
Five.
Saying straight away, trying to play for the red that's closest to the black spot. Would have liked to have been straight on that. Could have rolled that in and gone onto the black, into the left-hand black pocket, and I would have got the black back on its spot, but he's over-screwed it. Can still pot the red. It's closest to the black spot, but position not guaranteed now. Two very good shots. I think he can pop this red, get on the black this time.
17.
First frame still going. They're still on that last red, actually, next door. So Wollaston 29 in front. But still a chance for Yuan Jihao.
Yeah, he just wants to get that black back on its spot in the open. Just checking. Yeah, not played the best of shots there. Wanted that cue ball just to run that little bit further. See the black is available into the right hand black pocket, so he'd have liked to have been on the red to the left of the cue ball. Nice and straight, so he could have just rolled that through, but can't do that now. He's got awkward bridge in here, so this is not easy.
25.
Oh, he's played that pretty well. Top side of the blue. Pot the blue, come back down towards the reds. Now it looks like it's just coming round to see if the black will pot and the red will pot. I think he's got the angle. Well, he's definitely got the angle on this red to get on the black.
$31.
And that also tells us that the red closest to the black will pot as well, so he's played some
38.
very nice shots here. And now he's in perfect position.
Yeah, you can see the concentration,
39.
which he's had to do. As you say, it's not been plain sailing, but now, bit by bit, the frame has opened up.
Yeah, he's really nice cue ball control, Hossein. Very good around the black.
46.
Scores very well. And just as I said that, he's slightly lost the cue ball, so slightly awkward bridging again. Shouldn't be a problem though. Well, it was a problem.
Single for 80.
And
46.
again, what looked like got himself into perfect position. Got the black available into both corner pockets, and fortunately for Hossein, he's given Oliver Sykes a pretty decent chance here to get back into this frame.
Yeah, it's interesting now, this frame, because it looked for all the world to be 4-4. Vafai was starting to play well, just one positional shot really, just leaving himself awkward. Has opened the door here for Sykes.
1.
Yeah, that 146 he had in the World Qualifiers, it's far rarer break than 147. There's been about 40 in professional snooker. There's been over 240 maximums.
Yeah, there was one break I never made. Never made a 146.
There's still time, Lee.
No, no, there's not, Dave.
There's a 146 bus just out here. If you can get that, that might count. Ah, well, didn't get too far. Making a dent into the lead, and Vafai very quickly to the table there. He senses a chance now, a good one, to level up.
Yeah, and Oliver will be disappointed with that. That was a decent chance. He's in pretty good positions. Okay, he's 50 points behind, but would have expected to make more than 8 from there. And should now cost him this second frame.
7.
Just struggling a little bit with the cue ball at the moment. Over screwing and under hitting some shots as well, so just getting used to the table. Played that one nicely though.
13.
Meanwhile, Yuan Jiao was clearing up to win that first frame against Ben Wollaston. He's just missed the pink, which is all Ben needs. to finally put
14.
that frame to bed. It's been going over half an hour. And he has potted it. So he'll be relieved. It looked for all the world like he was going to lose it, but Ben Wollaston 1-0 up there. Yeah, again, he's just he's struggling with ideal position, but there's already a snooker needed, so he doesn't have to do much with this red other than just pot it. Well, as I say, if he'd have just potted it,
19.
surely would have been no way back in the frame. As it is, it's only one snooker.
One.
Yeah, not out of this frame yet. He had one snooker.
Eight.
If you can pot these two reds and then
9.
could possibly play snooker on the last red. Like I said, Dave, if Hossein had just rolled that red in, couldn't see any way he would have missed it, and I'm sure Oliver would have stayed in his seat. But unfortunately for Oliver,
16.
he's missed the red, and I'm sure now Hossein will finally put this frame to bed.
Yeah, it wasn't as plain sailing as it could have been, but the main thing is get the frame on the board, and of course still in with a chance to win this match. As I say, though, the other players, Fang Zhengyi and Florian Nursler, would love to see 2-2 because obviously then it's only a point each between these two. Tepchara knew on Saturday he only drew his first match, and it definitely made a big difference to the rest of the day, and of course ultimately he didn't win the group.
8.
But Hossein Vafai, after all, has won frame 2, so we're all square here in Leicester this morning at 1 each. A reminder again, the group winners all go through to the next stage, the last 32 stage. He's having a look at the cue ball there. Just not going places where he wanted it to. He's not quite doing the Alex Higgins thing of licking it clean that Alex used to do years ago. No one had the nerve to tell him to stop. Table 2, as I say, Yuang Jihao in the end would have been disappointed not to win that frame. He was clearing up, missed the pink, and Ben Wollaston, it was basically pretty much unmissable, the pink he was left, and he is the top seed here, Wollaston. But a tough group, this. Noppin Senkarm and Liam Davies to come in. We've had some groups, of course, where we've had sort of amateur top-ups, but this is a group, both groups actually, 4 professionals in both, so that just makes it a bit tougher to call, I think.
One.
So that's how it looks on table 2, early stages of the second frame. We've already played 2 here, of course, on table 1, 1 each. Just in terms of the rest of the week, as I say, we've got some big names coming in. Elliot Slesser, Robert Milkins, of course, not on tour anymore, but be good to see him tomorrow. Anthony Kowalski from Poland, who made his Crucible debut this year. Liam Pullen, he was also a debutant. Lepe Fan, former Scottish Open champion, over here this week. Ishpreet Singh Chanda from India. As for Fire lines this one up. And then later in the week, Chris Wakelin, Stan Moody, Joe O'Connor, he was runner-up last year. And the man who beat him, Steve Maguire, Ali Carter, are all coming in this week. Oliver Lyons as well. Alfie Burden, the shootout champion.
8.
Yeah, of course. Hossein was also shootout champion 2022. Beat my old friend Mark Williams in the final of that. He won't be happy with that one.
8.
Pretty straightforward red, that, for Hossein.
Sorry, Lee, it's been kind of the story so far, hasn't it? You know, there's been quite a few mistakes, actually. They've both had a lot of chances. Not just
1.
missing balls, but position as well. And Oliver Sykes hasn't finished great here.
Well, he's looking at this black. It's a really tough shot. He's already missed a couple of blacks off the spot from the other opposite side of the table, and again, that wasn't too close. So both players having a few chances. Well, that was an excellent shot. Whether he's on a red or not, he couldn't have really played that much better. Pink is a little bit away from the reds, as you can see there, and he hit it absolutely perfectly, sending the pink into the reds. And if he's not on a red, he's very unlucky. Looks like he might just have to slightly swerve this. He did. And he's potted the red.
7.
And you have to say, very, very unlucky the way he split the reds there, not to be nicely on a red.
Single for 7.
Yeah, and that's the other factor in snooker, of course. Bits of running that you either go for you or against you. But clearly, whoever wins this frame, it's the fourth is massive for them, because they'll have the chance then to win the match as opposed to just a draw. Well, Vafai with another opening here. I don't think he's happy with just the cue ball, is he? He's sort of staring at it between frames.
Yeah, you can see there he's not really not happy with the cue ball at all. It's not going where he's expecting it to go. And that could be end of break again.
6. Single for 6.
The pattern of the match continues. Both players having chances. Not at the moment. Neither player can really get going in this match.
Yeah, and as I say, if everything's level, say every match was drawn, it goes on high breaks. The way it's going, this match is not going to contribute to that unless things change quite dramatically. But Sykes again setting up a possible opening, and he must pick up that Vafai is getting a bit frustrated, but every time he comes to the table he still seems to have a chance.
Yeah, that's not going to improve his mood. Decent pot on the blue, but again, because
6.
he didn't get the intended position, he's now left a much more difficult red. This is going to have to be struck very well. Yeah, he's very good at that type of shot.
7.
Excellent pot.
I was talking about breaks. Ben Wollaston's made 78 there, frame 2, to lead 2-0 against Yuan Zhihao.
Played on the bottom red of the 3, closest to the black. And when he pots that red, that's going to free up the other 2 reds.
14.
Already leads by 34 points. Still not happy with his cue ball though.
$20. 21. 27. 28.
So this pink will put him 54 points in front. So red and high value colour, and Oliver Sykes will need a
34.
snooker.
$35.
Not perfect. Leads by 55, so blue or pink. Oliver would require a snooker.
Full.
Well,
35. On the other side.
well, that is unbelievable.
Can't make it up really. So still enough in the frame. Now the black, where's the black going to go? Will it go on its spot? No, it's gone on the pink spot. And the pink's gone on the brown spot. Black takes priority as the higher ball there.
One.
And even worse for Hossein. When he potted that black, he left an angle on the red to bring the other 2 reds into play. Only slight problem for Oliver is when he pots this black, I think he's going to tie up the red that's closest to the black spot. But he'll just be happy to still be in this frame.
8.
Played the cannon. Try and bring the red into play. It's gone wrong, but he's still in this frame. Doesn't, when he plays this safety though, doesn't want to put the yellow safe. Yeah, he's done well. So 39 points behind. Hussein will be very happy to see that black go on the side cushion. That's actually a rule I didn't know there, Dave. When he just potted that pink and black, I would have definitely thought that the pink would have gone on its own spot.
It's such a very unusual scenario, isn't it? I'm not sure I've ever seen it actually. That you know, black and pink go in and the black spot's held. But there we go. You know, you learn something new every day.
Well, I'm not really sure what he tried there. Not sure if he did try to bring the black into play, but he's left this red on. And it's safely in. And that should be
1.
Third frame now for Hussein Bafai. Both players had chances, as they have in the first 2 frames.
Yeah, I think a couple of safeties from Sykes. You know, when Bafai was breaking down and he was getting frustrated, he was coming back to the table with the red on, so he didn't stay frustrated for long. Now 2 snookers needed, but Sykes in one here. It's not a nice one either, really. So now he needs 2. In fact, I think he has conceded. He has. So it's not been the most fluent match, but Bafai has just done enough there in frame 2 to go 2-1 in front. As I say, frame 4 becomes big now. If he can win that, then after all, despite losing the first frame, he will have the 3 points out of this match because he's a top seed. But it's a tough group. We've got Fang Zhengyi and Florian Nursler to follow. Table 2. Well, Ben Wollaston won the first frame on the pink, and the second with a break of 78 against Yuang Zhihao. And Wollaston just 4 points in front here. Early stages of frame 3.
Foul and a miss. Ben Wollaston, 4.
Natalia Gradinari refereeing here, her son Vladislav. He's a very talented player.
Yeah, 1 second, 1 second. More. Yes, sorry. If you fall on the miss.
Well, it seems he's got to hit one here, because of course you can see red's full. Missed twice.
That was a brave shot, Dave, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he was taking a slight risk, but anyway, he's because he would have been end of match. But anyway, he's He's hit one, so let's go back to table one. Wollaston in charge there at the moment.
Yeah, I was saying won't be too pleased with the way he's played so far, but he'll be delighted to be 2-1 in front.
12th frame, single fade to break.
I found the rule, Lee. I've just been looking through the snooker rules, as you do on a Monday morning. And section 3 of the rules, subsection F. If there is more than one colour to be spotted and their own spots are occupied, the highest value ball shall take precedence in order of spotting. So it's there in black and white.
Yeah, you learn something every day. That's a better shot from Oliver Sykes.
1.
There's our referee, and they're the two Latvian lads. They're doing great work. They're young, but you know, they come here to this professional event. They were here last year, and well, clearly they know the rules, which is always useful, because we wouldn't have been sure.
Well, I would have definitely got it wrong. Definitely.
Six.
Well, it's another chance
Like 6.
gone for Oliver. Be disappointed.
Yeah, it just feels like his challenge is wilting a bit, despite winning that first frame.
1.
Yeah, played that fabulous shot on the yellow to get on the green to win the first frame, but kind of since then, his game has deteriorated a little bit.
Yeah, it just feels Vafai hasn't really had to work for the openings. They've just sort of come along. But of course he's now going to have to work to stay in.
Seven.
Yeah, he's still not happy. He's going to need a good positional shot here. He's got a couple of reds, I think, that he can play on. But he's underhit that. Wanted to play on the red directly above the black.
11.
And you can see what he thought of it. Little shake of the head. Cushions and table not reacting how he thinks it's going to. Usually his cue ball is very, very good.
Single fade 11.
Yeah, frustrating. Because again, that was an opportunity to potentially get in and get this match won. too thin.
Oliver just seeing if he can get past the red. Can't hit the red direct on the pocket, but just seeing if he can get to the cushion to play it cushion first. If he could somehow win this frame with the way he's played, it will feel like an excellent result. If he can get a 2-2 draw against the higher seeded player in the group, be an excellent start for him. Yeah, looking at the black, but he's still looking at it. Yeah, that was a very difficult shot.
Over 6-1.
Definitely seen this year that these pockets are playing that little bit tighter, and that was the wrong shot for me.
1.
So it's another chance for Hussain.
Meanwhile, Ben Wollaston is just about over the line. Well, actually, no, sorry, he's not. I thought he was at the table. He's 70 points to 8 in front, 67 on, so it's not quite over the line yet.
7.
Yuang Jiao has an outside chance to win that third frame. But anyway, Bafai in here. Can he just finish well? Because he's clearly been frustrated at times this morning. His cue ball acting up a bit and just not sort of producing the breaks. But if he can produce one here, then as he catches the blue, then that might just cheer him up a bit. Because I have a long wait for his second match, not till 4:30.
Yeah, he would have been delighted with that little cannon on the blue.
12.
Just needs one good positional shot, yeah. Can play a little cannon, or if he's got the angle, he can screw around the back. Yeah, and by the little reaction, it's gone wrong again.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a slog, hasn't it, for him, this match? It's just all bits and pieces stuff. He's having to just keep a lid on emotions and just try and force another opening here. Sykes will be relieved because he took on that very tough black, leaving a red on. But it didn't cost him ultimately the frame of match.
Yeah, and like I said, he's only 23 points behind in this frame. If he could get out with a 2-2 draw now, it'll feel like a victory for him. Well, again, from the safety, he's left a chance for Hussain.
One.
He's played it really well. Normally, you'd be pretty certain that that would be the end of the frame, but the way these first 3 frames have gone,
8.
I'm afraid to say it, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference now is close in, so something big's going to have to go wrong. But you're right, it's been a funny match, really. He hasn't never quite caught fire. But ultimately, it's about getting the 3 frames, getting the 3 points, and making a good start in terms of the league table, even if he, I'm sure, hasn't been happy with the actual match.
17.
Yeah, and I'm sure if Oliver does go on to lose this, he'll be very disappointed. He's a much better player than what he showed in these 4 frames. For anyone who's not watched him play before,
25.
I can assure you, he's a very, very good player, and somebody you're going to hear a lot of in the future.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to see him twice more, so we may well see that later in the day. This was match 1, it didn't go for him, but all is not lost. He's got 2 more to come, but this match is lost now, because Vafai over the line, he's just had to battle away here. It's not been his finest performance by any means, but he's got the win.
40. 41. $48. 49.
So as I say, he's got a bit of a break until he returns. Fang Zhengyi's the 2nd seed. He's got 2 matches to play, so it'll be interesting to see if he can win them both and put himself
55.
in the driving seat at half time.
56.
He'll play Vafai last up this evening. Well, he ended last season on a high. He got to the quarterfinals of the World Open out in Yushan, of course, at the World Championship at the Crucible in Sheffield as well. And he's made a good start to this season, qualifying for the China Open and the Wuhan Open, and looking to continue that here in Leicester today by reaching the next stage of this Championship League. And this is a good way to finish. By far the highest break of the match.
75. 81.
Well, I think he enjoyed this visit. 81 from Hossein Vafai to complete the 3-1 victory over Oliver Sykes, who of course did win the first frame but couldn't quite keep it going, and it is the top seed who takes the 3 points. We'll be back in 5 minutes with Fang Zhengyi against Florian Nursler.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So match 2 here in Group 18 of the Championship League is Fang Zhengyi against Florian Nörsler. Just to confirm, by the way, Ben Wollaston won 3-0 on table 2, so it's Noppen Senkarm against Liam Davies there. But this is China v Austria. Fang Zhengyi, who has slipped back a little in the rankings, 57. So it's a big season for him, trying to steady the ship. We saw him at the Crucible. He very nearly beat Sean Murphy in what was the most exciting first round match. 10-9 it was to Murphy in the end. Of course, he got all the way to within one frame of winning the whole thing. Florian Nörsler, second season on tour. He had a tough first season, I think it's fair to say. But already has qualified for the Wuhan Open. He's going to play Judd Trump actually in Wuhan in August. So he's made a better start to this season. Phil Yates is alongside me. And I was saying to Lee, it's a tough group this, isn't it? Because, you know, some of the other groups have got top-ups, but they're all professionals on both tables, so it just makes them a little bit harder to call.
Yeah, thinking that myself earlier on. I think whoever wins the group today, either on table 1 or 2, will have earned it. And going back to that Sean Murphy match at the Crucible, Fang Zhengyi is known for all-out attack, but his application was excellent in that match, and he was literally a fraction of an inch away from winning it. He missed a ball to a middle pocket that was so close to dropping. It didn't. In the end, Murphy cleared up with a really gutsy effort to win 10-9.
Well, Florian Nörsler, as I say, second year of his card, and it's great that the players have 2 years, because the first year is tough, particularly coming from another country with all the travelling, and also, of course, the massive step up in standard from the amateur ranks. It took a while to get on tour. He just sort of kept missing out by the odd match here and there. But already this season, he's won as many matches as he did last season. He won 3 matches in his debut year. He's already won 3 this year in the first 2 tournaments, so already promising signs.
Yeah, they did a feature with Florian Nörsler on the World Snooker Tour website last week, and he described last season as the hardest time of his life. I've seen him play at times very well indeed. He can score, and he's dominated the scene in Austria. 8 times the national champion already, and he's only 24 years of age. Won it for the first time, the Austrian national title, when he was 16.
Well, we saw him before he played that shot. You could see sort of almost pointed to where he wanted to make the cannon, and he didn't quite, which is why he's not on the red. So it's a delicate shot, didn't quite come off. Yeah, players from outside the UK are at a massive disadvantage. That's just a fact, because, you know, he's 8 times Austrian champion, but to improve, he's going to have to play better players. Where do you do that? In the UK, in the main, but that costs money. Not everyone can afford to come over and live here, and he's in that category. Of course, China is a little bit different because they have established investment in the sport, and that obviously has massively paid off. But he's a bit of a sort of lone wolf from Austria, so it's very tough, and let's hope this season the results start to come his way. We saw young Bushku Reves from Hungary last season definitely improve. Unfortunately, he did drop off the tour, but you could see he was making steps forward.
Yeah, Nursler said that he might consider relocating to the UK next year, but at the moment he is based in his native Austria.
Well, looks like another chance coming here.
We saw Tepchara Nu, the ultimate snooker enigma, on Saturday here. I think Fan Zhengyi is in the enigmatic bracket also.
Well, yeah, I mean, he won a ranking event and he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final to do so, but hasn't sort of pulled up too many trees since. That was 4 years ago now. For what it's worth, they have played before the UK Championship qualifiers 2024. Fan won 6-2.
Yeah, after a slow start in that match, he was 2-0 down, then made a couple of centuries. And he certainly made a slow start in this one. The pink was a little detached from the pack there, so it was always going to be difficult to dislodge them nicely, especially at that pace. Austria, though, has got a great cue sports heritage. We know about the pool players from there, the likes of Mario He, Max Lechner and double world champion Albin Auschen. And of course, Dave, as you know, Mozart played billiards. Don't know to what standard, but...
Yeah, and Dominic Dale lived in Austria for a while. Yes, I mean, there are actually so many different cue sports, and there's quite often sort of regional variations. So we say billiards, that's actually, of course, a catch-all term for cue sports, but English billiards is the version he would have played. It's actually in the film Amadeus about Mozart. There is a billiard table in that.
Little worried about the cue ball, but he's okay. I think that was going to hit the jaw anyway, but in the last 3 or 4 inches, that definitely turned right as we're looking. Yeah, that cue ball visibly bent, didn't it, as it went towards the pocket. As I say, I must stress, I think he was okay, regardless, but it really went in the last few inches of its journey.
Well, Hossein Vafai in that first match seemed a little confused by the conditions, actually.
Now here, look, the white is just hitting that right-hand jaw. There, oh, yeah, the last 2 inches, it actually turned a corner.
Of course, high breaks can potentially decide placings, and of course, Fan, when he started playing, had this superstition that he wanted his first century to be a maximum. So if he got near centuries, he didn't want to make them, which would do you no good in this format. But he's got over that, and indeed he has made 2 maximums anyway in professional competition, including in this last year. I think that was the first of the season, actually. That set the trend for what followed. 24 we had.
Yeah, another indication that he's very much his own man.
Up in Senkam and Liam Davies underway next door, and Senkam already 53 in front in frame 1.
That's pretty useful. Wanted a little more pace in the cue ball, but there's no doubt that Fan's in a spot of bother here. And that's the best way to resolve it. What a pot.
That was also excellent. He's just checking. He can still see this red, though, near the corner. Perhaps not. Well, it's an adventurous 9 break already.
Talk about making something from nothing. The opening 3 pots of the break, as Dave said, all excellent, and now it's promising.
Yes, and although it feels like he's been around a while, he's still only 25, so okay, he's gone back a little in the last year or so, but we saw, you know, there was only basically 1 pot away from knocking Sean Murphy out at the Crucible.
And he's had a good start to the season. Not sensational, but good. He won 2 matches in the China Open qualifiers, beating the likes of Peter Lyons and Stan Moody. Pang Junsu denied him a place in the final stages. But he did qualify for Wuhan, beating Anton Kazakov 5-3 from 3-1 down. And he will now take on Mark Selby in the tournament proper. So when you're 57th in the world, Dave, you don't want to make a bad start to the season. And he's made a reasonable one.
But this break has come to an end. He's lost position.
Always a little too wide, so 7 cheap points given away. And for the referee, a little intricate replacement. Multiple balls moved. While this is going on, I can tell you that Noppon Sankarm looks like winning the opening frame on the other table. Not there yet, but he led by 68. Liam Davis had a chance to bite back, but he's just missed a red. He should have potted. Austria, of course, has staged a world ranking event. It was in early 2020, just before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. European Masters.
Yeah, the game on the continent is very, very popular, of course, for about 30 years now. It's been a constant on Eurosport. And that's where Florian Nursler would have seen it first. Ah, it's a terrific pot, just to take control of the table.
And ironically, that's the pocket that cost him against Murphy. He was so close to the ball going in. It was one of those that as the object ball was going towards the pocket, you weren't quite sure whether it would fall or not. He just stayed on the table and eventually Murphy took advantage.
Yes, I mean, Sean was very disappointed, as you can imagine, to lose 18-17 in the final. But as you say, you know, if that goes in, that red, then he doesn't get there. Against a man who should have been out in the semis. If Mark Allen doesn't miss that black, it's all sliding doors, isn't it?
Yeah, and Murphy described his clearance to beat Fan as his finest break ever.
They always say that, though, don't they? 5 minutes after it.
Yeah, and with Sean Murphy, of course, how can you say that? Because he produced one of the greatest breaks of all time, that 147 in the shootout. Who would have thought that was possible?
Well, this red to right middle is arguably easier than the one he just potted. So certainly be going for it.
Yeah, he doesn't die wondering, does he? Fan, he's very attacking.
Well, the table is kind of locked down a bit, so there's work to do here.
Very nice. Wanted a better angle on the black to go into the three reds, or certainly the two reds, but the angle isn't there.
Yeah, so just taking the 7 points to take the lead in this frame. Noppin Sengham has won the opener against Liam Davies on table 2.
Looking forward to tomorrow, Dave. We get to see another Liam Pullen. Real prospect. He's in Group 9 with Elliot Slesser, Liu Wenwei, and the relegated from the tour, Rob Milkins. Over on table 2, it will be Jimmy Robertson, Martin O'Donnell, Anthony Kowalski, and Hamed Mir.
So the frame has opened up a little. 4 points in it. Could be about who gets in next.
No pot, but he could have done a lot more damage than he has. In these best of fours, the first frame is crucial. as is always the case when the top seed wins the opening match. In this instance, Hossein Vafai 3-1 over Oliver Sykes. Well, now Vafai will be cheering on a 2-all draw here. Well, cheering on might be overstating it. Secretly hoping, perhaps, that it's a 2-all draw. Now, that really was a bad sign. It wasn't just the fact he missed the red, he missed it grossly thick. Grossly thick. And now with an open table, you'd expect Fan to draw first blood. This will take some potting though. If it goes in, everything is there for him. He stayed down, he wasn't sure, but when you catch these near jaws, they stay on the table.
Yeah, so Nursler looking to capitalise here, 18 behind. Well, could have finished better. Played this well, though. Clearly, though, it's going to have to be green. Well, not into its own pocket. So not quite as straightforward as it could be. Yeah, wasn't quite sure what was happening with the brown, and now, I mean, it is potable, but certainly no gimme. And decided in the end to try and get a snooker. He's looking to see if he's left a gap. If he has, then it's potable.
Yes, and his body language was somewhat neutral there as he left the table. Must be very tight, this. I think he's applying side. Yeah, put the left-hand side on to try and coax the brown in, but it didn't work. playing shots like that, you're at the mercy of the table. And Fan Zhengyi will show no mercy.
Yeah, tried to drop in behind the blue, but left the pot on. And Fan just needs this blue to win a half-hour opening frame. It was in the balance, but that one shot from Nursler gave him the chance, and he's potted brown, blue and pink. So 1-0 it is to Fan Zhengyi.
We're seeing a very good start on table 2 from Nopon Sankam, who is one of those players, when he gets into a groove, he looks formidable. Half-century break in the opening frame, and he was in immediately in the second.
Slipped back though, hasn't he? 46 in the world. I had to double check because he's second seed in this group. When I saw it on paper, I thought he would be top seed, but Ben Wollaston is higher ranked. So just fallen away a bit. A lot of it is if you do well in the tournament, and of course he got to that Scottish Open final, those points then come off on the 2-year system. That's what happened to Fan Zhengyi. If you're not going deep in events, you're going to fall backwards 2 years on. Very highly regarded player by the other players. He's on that list of potential ranking event winners first time.
Yeah, definitely. Leaves the table here 46 to the good.
It's good to see Liam Davies get back on tour through the Q School. Of course, dropped off at the end of last season, but returned immediately. Because you don't want to lose the talented young players. Of course, he's working with Lee Walker, who's here today in the commentary. And has got another 2 years guaranteed now. So 1-0 to Fan Zhengyi. It was quite a lengthy first frame, half an hour, that in the end was resolved when Nursler failed to get that snooker in behind the blue, left the brown on. Oh, a miscue. Horrible sound it made. A pretty horrible result, really.
Well, that was poor. Not just grazing the green, but catching it quite full. Now, the roll-up there might have looked completely routine and very simple. I can tell you played that well. in these groups, of course. It is very nice to get off to a winning start, but it's no guarantee of success. And we saw that graphically on Saturday. Louis Heathcote from right here in Leicester was superb in his opening match against Rhian Evans. And then in his second match, immediately afterwards, his form fell off a cliff. And in the end, it was the amateur, the Q School top-up, Dean Young, who won that group. Once he'd missed the red, anything could have happened. The kiss he had wasn't the luckiest. And I think the same applies to Fan. Looked as though he might have inadvertently promoted the brown over a pocket, but that's not the case. So I think the next course of action is a snooker. And Dave, that's a pretty devilish one.
Not pleasant. I mean, it's a big target, I guess, but he's still got to find his way to these reds. It's going to be 2-0 Noppensenkarm over Leon Davies. It's snooker's required there. 74 in front, 59 on. Davies is playing on, but a long way back for him. Yeah. Came very close to that middle pocket.
I think it's important here to say a note of thanks to all of the referees. Last week was very trying, well, let's be honest, for all of us, because the conditions here were extremely warm. But the referees and the table fitters, Marcel, the tournament director, just kept at it. And I think this week will be much more pleasurable because temperatures have dipped.
So, second attempt. Looks good.
So many world ranking events over the years, Dave. First one, 1974 World Championship, so you can imagine how many have been chalked up. I think it's fair to say that amongst the top 5 surprises in ranking events, Fan Zhengyi winning that European Masters has to be in there. Beat Kyron Wilson en route to the final, and then Ronnie O'Sullivan for the trophy. Came from nowhere to win that. Nowhere.
Yeah, and he beat O'Sullivan 10-9. You know, it went right down to the wire. So it wasn't that Ronnie had an off day. You know, it's 9-all. He's going to be favourite to win the decider, but it was Fan Zhengyi who triumphed.
Yeah, made a 92 break in the all-important 19th frame. Actually, building on that later that year, he got to the semi-final of the Champion of Champions.
Well, he got another opening here as Fang Zhengyi, who's been very attacking and aggressive throughout this match. And well, the brown's over the pocket at the very least here. If he lands on nothing else.
As the white was coming back down table, I think he was a little worried about a big bounce and being deprived of position on the brown, but he's okay. A red has gone over a top pocket. Oof. Lucky there. And maybe that's why he's 57th in the world. A miss of a ball he should have potted. No ifs, buts or maybes.
Well, not nice. Snooker and everything. Yellow it is. Yellow it isn't. Well, free ball, maybe not a lot of use to him.
This might be one of those situations where he asks his opponent to play again from the position the cue ball came to rest, because now there's a very real possibility that even if he hits these reds, he could leave something on. Well, that was a pretty disastrous two-stroke sequence from Nursler. Pots a red, snookers himself, and then trying to escape, snookers himself even worse next time. Has to be delighted with that.
Well, just while we watch this, we should send birthday wishes to Anthony Hamilton, 55 today. We were talking about Anthony last week because, of course, he's working with Louis Heathcote. He's retired from the professional game, but still very much involved. What a difference that makes. Just wobbling in the jaws and then landing on the cushion. Caught that much too thin. Yeah, of course, Hamilton turned pro in 1991, and you know, you talk about the class of '92. The game actually went open in '91, but all those guys have gone now, haven't they? Fergal retired, Mark Davis, he's off the tour. So, of course, Jimmy White has had wildcards to stay on, but I guess now the longest running professionals, Ken Doherty retiring as well, are actually the class of '92 in terms of continuous service, taking Jimmy out in terms of those wildcards.
Yeah, and those three aren't going to the Q school anytime soon, are they?
Well, no, I mean, they're all still top 16 players. Williams and Higgins top 8 as it stands.
Yeah, well, recall being up in Blackpool for that summer of '92. Ronnie O'Sullivan was a surefire thing. You just knew he was going to be very special indeed. The chosen one, if you like. As we see a potentially expensive mistake. Folks in the know, I think, appreciated that John Higgins would have a really good career. We didn't know just how good. And I think the same thing applied to Mark Williams, but it was only O'Sullivan who was considered certain to go to the very highest of highs.
So, chance for Nursley. Yeah, funny enough, Stephen Hendry made a good point about the three of them. And, you know, Hendry is sort of against players being friends anyway, but he said because they all came from different parts of the UK, OK, they would have played in junior events against each other, but they didn't grow up together in that sense. So they didn't have a chance to sort of become firm friends, and he thinks it's a massive advantage. They're still not now, are they, the three of them? They get on, but they're not, won't go out to dinner together or anything.
Yeah, absolutely right. I can confirm that they are not friends. They're not enemies either, but they're not friends.
No, I mean, they're all very, very different people. And their achievements, of course, are what all these guys are trying to get anywhere close to. Well, you see that quite often, don't you? You're sort of concentrating on the cannon and missing the pot. But in general, it's been quite a poor start to this match from Nursley, because it's not like Fang Zhengyi is knocking in breaks either. So he'd be disappointed with this. Let's see if Fan can punish him here. I think we saw in the first match, Hussain Vafai felt, I think, the cue ball wasn't quite reacting as it should be.
Yeah, no such problems on table 2, it seems. Nopon Sankam 2-0 up on Liam Davis. He was in with 23, Sankam, looking good. Mr. Black. And now Davis is on a break of 42. And just as I say that, he misses to middle. Now this shot could radically change the landscape of the frame. Worked out very nicely, played very nicely. China, the most successful nation of the first week of the BetVictor Championship League. 5 players through to the last 32 already.
Now then, is this red blocking the other one? That's his concern. I think he knew it was before he walked round. So it's kind of the pattern, isn't it? You know, it's just not very clean snooker, really. Things are going wrong. Well, he's sort of playing a plant come safety, I think, here. Get the white back down to bulk. But the red's gone in, so now he wants position.
Honestly, I'm not just saying this with hindsight. I've noticed this with him on many occasions before. When it comes to planting balls that are well apart, he's one of the best I've ever seen.
Now then, the red third left, I think, does pot through the gap there. So, building up a useful lead, it'll be 41 with the blue, which means he needs red and colour to lead 2-0, and then his overwhelming objective will be to win 3-0, and then he will have sort of done better than the 5. Of course, he won 3-1. It's going to be those two playing last tonight. But if he has frames advantage and the points are level, then the 5 will have to beat him.
Yes, and as the second seed, as we keep on reiterating, he has the best schedule because he, after this match, will remain out there to take on Oliver Sykes.
Well, the plant was definitely a big part of winning this frame. As I say, he played it with safety in mind, but the fact is he got it, and now he's over the line. No way back from here. Florian Nursler concedes, and it is 2-0 to Fang Zhengyi, helped by that break of 51. Table 2, Nopin Sengam 2-0. He didn't take long to take the lead, but Liam Davies is 23 in front here in the third frame.
It's okay, yeah.
Playing out of a snooker position here.
Of course, the second seed over on table 2. Sankam has back-to-back matches in this session. He's up against Huang Jiao next. The red he's left is a real tempter, but it's also extremely tough, cutting back into a semi-blind pocket. Yeah, especially on these tables that have given nothing away. At least he's got the cover with the pink.
Yet another player from that little corner of South Wales that has produced so many talents down the years. Of course, he's very much in the Mark Williams, Jackson Page camp.
I can honestly say, Dave, I've never seen Ras on tables play quite this tight. And of course, it's not like a normal tournament where you have players just repeating each day. In this, we've got 8 new players coming in every day, so I think every day the surprise just how tight they are. Gary Wilson played a red the other day. He did win the group eventually, but he played a red that he was convinced was in, so was I, and it refused to drop. Oh dear, catching the bump of the middle pocket is never ideal. It's often frame losing.
Well, it should be really. Let's see if Liam Davies can do the necessary here. Meanwhile, we go back to table 1, where, of course, it is 2-0. Fang Zhengyi leading Florian Nursler. So looking, as I say, to win 3-0, and then he would have superseded with Fai's 3-1 victory over Oliver Sykes.
And if Florian Nursler needs any encouragement here, just look to the example of Dean Young. He was 2-0 down very quickly in his first match on Saturday against Tepcharan. Salvaged a 2-all draw, and by the end of the day he was the table topper. Unforgivably, Liam Davies has just missed a very simple frame ball pink. So the third frame between Davies and Sankalm over on table 2 remains alive. And if Sankalm gets the chance to clear up, they're all there for him.
Well, he reached the red, but the concern, of course, is he left this one to right corner. So Florian Nursler needs to get going soon. Basically right now. If he's going to make any dent in this match. Worth reiterating, of course, that if you finish in 4th place in the table, you get no points, no money, basically nothing. So that's the one place nobody wants to be at the end of the day.
technically these two have something in common. Their dominant eye is their left eye. But I think it's more pronounced with Fan than with Nursler.
He has already made 3 centuries this season compared to 4 the whole of last season. So, you know, that little spell at the qualifiers was quite productive. I'm sure he's looking forward to playing Judd Trump in Wuhan. That will clearly be on one of the main tables. Well, for what it's worth, this is the 5th black coming up. But won't be on the black here. Most important thing, try and get a frame on the scoreboard.
Well, he's 46 ahead. So any kind of beneficial split there would have been the beginning of the end, surely, for the frame. Now the frame's very much alive, as it is over on table 2, where Noppon Sankam needs to clear green to black to force a respotted black against Liam Davis in frame 3.
Yeah, Davis should have won this frame, as you said, missed that pink, and Noppon Sankam will go about this in his normal, calm, collected way. As Nursler is forced to play safe, and he's not got a great cue ball, really, catching the brown.
No.
Yeah, and these kind of reds for Fan, he's stock in trade. He knocks in a very high percentage of them. There, though, miles away.
Well, it's going to be pink to black for Noppon Sankam. As Nursler delighted to get a second chance in frame on table 1. So the black to force a respot finish to frame 3 and possibly to the match. Oh, and he missed it. Wow. That's a surprise.
2-4.
Wasn't it just?
So Nursler pressing on here. Needs a couple more reds to win his first frame. Still with the chance to force the draw, take a point from the match. Strange thing is his poor safety actually is what benefited him, because of course Fan took the red on, which he wouldn't have done had he played a better safety, missed it and left one on. So that should make sure of the frame.
Winning this frame was essential for Nursler. Winning it with some quality table time, even better. As Noppon Sankon knocks in a long black to indeed tie the scores at 58 each. So frame 3 over there will be decided by a respotted black.
Yeah, and this break, you know, if high breaks come into it, could make a difference somewhere down the line. I get the feeling Florian Nursler is the sort of character who knows all about that. So he's not going to just whack balls about here. He's going to try and clear these. $89 on in total. Well, the brown stays out, but a fine 67, building on the work he'd already done in the frame. So Florian Nursler closes the gap to 2-1 with 1 to play. Now then, they're on this respot on table 2. Noppon Sankon missed the black initially, potted a longer black to tie the score. So this is what's happening. Of course, he's looking to pot this to win the match. Liam Davies to take it into a 4th frame. Huge moment in the whole group, this. Ben Wollaston's already won 3-0 against Huang Zhihao. Now then, Davies with a chance at it. Coming round to look at the potting angle. Of course, his great mentor, Mark Williams, potted probably the most famous respot we've ever seen in that 98 Masters final against Stephen Hendry in a decider. This is not quite as important, but it is for him in terms of extending this match. And in it goes. So, still with the chance there to get the draw.
Yeah, he made a meal of that, did Liam Davis, but now he's over the line, on the mark. And then potting the respotted black off the mark. It might all be very different. This is the event format. It's 32 groups of 4 players, so by the end of this week, we'll have had 12 days of action and still 4 more days of the first phase. When the 32 group winners are known, it'll be then 8 groups of 4 in the second phase, producing 8 champions who go into the final day. And when those 2 groups are finished off, it is the 2 group winners who will go head-to-head in a best-of-5 frame final to claim the title and pocket total prize money of £33,000 and the same amount of world ranking points.
So last frame, Florian Nursler trying to battle for a draw and a point apiece. Fang Zhengyi to get the 3 points. Same scenario about to unfold, of course, on table 2. Noppen Sengam leading Leon Davis 2-1. And then Fan, whatever here, will stay on to play Oliver Sykes.
The 2 top seeds in these groups, Hossein Vafai and Ben Wollaston, will both be hoping for 2-2 draws across the board.
Has to be lined up with the spots and goes close to its spot as it can without touching a red.
Very useful red to pop that. It frees the black to go into both of its natural pockets.
So he's picking off these loose reds, but soon he's going to have to disturb them if he's going to win the frame at this visit. Promising start though, building up a useful lead.
Very similar to the previous frame. And just chipping a red towards the side cushion does Nursler's hopes no harm. And now with a pink off its spot, going into the bunch is much more straightforward than normal. Not the first time we've seen him play that shot with a moderate amount of pace. This time, though, it's worked out.
Played a really good frame, I think. You know, there's no law that says you've got to win every frame in one visit. He just chipped that red save, as you say, straight away got in again, and now massive opportunity to salvage the draw in this one.
The one part of Nussler's game that holds up to scrutiny is break building. Knows what he's doing with the cue ball, sees the patterns.
Well, he's going to need red and colour after this black to finish 2-2. Which, of course, is the perfect result for Hossein Vafai, our group leader. And Fan, you're going to have to get something out of the next match with Oliver Sykes. Otherwise, it's one of those scenarios where Vafai could end up actually winning the group before he even plays him later. So this is effectively for 2-2, and he's played a really good couple of frames here, particularly this one, I think.
Yeah, having led 2-0, Fan Jenghius fell to pot a ball. Blanked in frame 3. He will be again here. Wanted a thicker contact on the red.
Well, he's not done yet, clearly.
They're all the same. When the pressure's off, they can knock in anything. And in practice, they do. Well, he caught the incorrect red there, but the other one went in regardless.
Middle pocket for the black. Well, he's dominated the last 2 frames, and Florian Nursler takes a point from this match, and Fang Zhengyi, having led 2-0, has got to see that as a couple of points dropped. He will stay on, though. He'll be back in action in 5 minutes' time against Oliver Sykes.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. 2 rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the 4 corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7 Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
What an interesting session so far to open up the second week of competition in the BetVictor Championship League. Hossein Vafai reserved his best for last, an 81 break in the fourth frame to complete a 3-1 win over Oliver Sykes. Then Fan Zhengyi was looking good against Florian Nursler, leading 2-0. But then Fan did not pot a ball in the last couple of frames, as Nursler, with breaks of 67 and 53, salvaged a 2-all draw. So Fan's got to get himself off the floor here and beat Sykes to stay in the hunt to top the group. A win for Sykes absolutely essential if he's going to have any chance of progress to the last 32. But Lee, when you've been 2-0 up and looking good, and then suddenly you only get a single point, psychologically that's a blow.
Yeah, he was looking very good there, Fan, to win that match. But in these short races, they can change very quickly, and Florian played very well in the last 2 frames.
Go. It's tails. Your choice. You break. Good man.
Like you said, both players
Thank you. First frame.
are going to definitely need a win in this
break.
match.
Sykes from Eastleigh in Hampshire, very close to Southampton actually, just 20 years of age.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit of him in the qualifiers, Phil. He's a very good player. Didn't show that in the first match against Hossein, but sure he's one that we're going to be hearing a lot of in the next few years.
Yeah, he's been doing really well on the junior and amateur circuit for quite some time. In fact, he was given a wild card to the English Open when he was only 15. Just starting out on the 2-year card road. And what he'll learn, Lee,
What?
probably the hard way, is that you have to play better safety than that.
Yeah, you kind of can't afford to let players get their hand on the table.
Eight.
You see the long red again. Very nicely played. Just come up a little bit short on this red though. But played it well.
9.
I always think that kind of shot, the camera makes it look much easier than it is. He was very steep there, it was really thin.
Yeah, certainly wasn't easy. Now, has he landed on a
14.
red to the left-hand corner? I think he has. Can he maneuver the cue ball and get position, and possibly the pink? Little screw shot off the reds. It's gone wrong. Or is he on the
15.
black?
Fanjani,
Well, he
15.
was on the black, but didn't really get anywhere near it. No, Has he left anything for Oliver? Doesn't look like it at first glance. May be able to take this into the green pocket, play for the black. Well, that's what he tried, but unfortunately missed it by so far. The red has come back down, and he's fortunate not to leave an easy starter for Fan.
Looks like Noppon Sankam is going to beat Liam Davis, the Welshman needing multiple snookers in the fourth frame, trailing 2-1. So, barring a real turnaround, it's going to be a 3-1 win for Sankam.
Fan came so close to pinning Sean Murphy in this year's World Championship. Now we're losing out 10 frames to 9. Sean making a 50 clearance in the deciding frame that he described as possibly the best break he's ever made.
Yeah, I think we were discussing that, Dave and myself, in the previous match. That statement certainly valid if he'd said one of the best breaks I've ever made, but when you've made a 147 in the shootout, that's pretty difficult to beat. It was, though, a fine effort because the conditions weren't easy. Much like this table, it was playing tight. He was in danger of going out immediately. And yet he just managed to hold himself together, and it nearly ended in glory.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to commentate on that match, and did look in that deciding frame that Fan was going to come out on top. Mr. Red to the middle. He got very close to it. Had it gone in, he would have won the match, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was commentating on that match also, Lee, and when they played the replays, it was one of those you thought it was going to go in. So close. And that's why the game is known as a game of fractions.
Decent chance this, though, for Oliver. He's got quite a few reds to choose from. They're in decent positions. Black looks like it pots into both corner pockets.
9.
That was a nice little shot. Nice little cannon on the red to hold for the black.
There have never been more left-handers in snooker than there are now.
16.
And another one has joined the party in Sykes.
17.
Yeah, and he's already won some matches this season. The 2 qualifiers were played at this venue for the China Open and the Wuhan Open.
24.
In China Open, he beat Liu Wenwei 6 frames to 1
25.
before losing to Lan Yuhao 6-2. And he had a couple of good wins in the Wuhan, beating Ross Muir 5-3 and Zach Surety 5-3, but
Oliver Sykes.
again
25.
he's missed a black from that side, high black, and he's missed it every time he's missed it. He's missed it to the same spot.
Yeah, and when you miss a black of the spot, you can expect to leave a red, and he didn't.
Doesn't want this going
Oh,
behind the
nice.
yellow. Could leave a free ball.
Anjani, 4.
Look at that.
Free ball.
Would have been thinking when he missed the contact on the red, well, it's only going to cost me 4 points, but that cue ball going behind the yellow could cost him this frame.
It was the old WPS shot. Worst possible scenario.
1.
Lee, you're a
6.
coach of very high repute. I was thinking in his first match, Fan Zhengyi, massively left-eyed, isn't he?
Yeah, you can clearly see that really favours that eye when he cues.
7.
But he is an excellent player. Player I do like watching. Of course, had that fantastic win in the 2022 European Masters, beating Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final. It's maybe
14.
gone a little bit quiet since then, but sure the way he finished off last season,
15.
I'm sure there are good things to come this season from him.
Yeah, there's bags of potential there. When it comes to that cue, most players cue under their chin. He's actually almost cueing under his ear.
20.
Mind you, he's in good company being left-eyed. The most dominant player in the game's history was that, Joe Davis.
$21.
Undefeated world champion from that tournament's inception in 1927 to when he retired undefeated in 46.
It's a pretty decent run, that, Phil.
23.
Well, the problem was, as Fan goes about his business here, the problem was that in that 46 final,
24.
he was run quite close in the 46 championship, and I think he wanted to retain his unbeaten status in the World Championship, if you like. But he didn't retire from the other tournaments. So, of course, when the World Championship came around without Joe Davis, there was a bit of a vacuum. Oh, yeah, but it doesn't really mean a lot because Joe's not playing. And it was only just over a decade later that the championship went into abeyance.
Just ran out of position there
31.
slightly. Was a little bit thinner on that black than he would have wanted. Had to play the cannon, and this is missable. No, he's played it very well, though.
32.
So 26 points in front. If he can put the two reds, he wouldn't need that awkward red on the right-hand side cushion, but
39.
again, not the best positional shot. This is a lot thinner than he would have wanted.
40.
Because of that, he's got the red, but again, this black's going to need some care.
He was looking at that. It did graze the near jaw, but at the pace he played it,
47.
the black went in. Now frame ball is in. So
48.
Oliver Sykes first missing the black off its spot and then failing to hit a red completely and leaving a free ball. Those two shots have been heavily penalised.
55.
Yeah, like I said, when Oliver missed the red, he would have thought, well, it's only going to cost me
56.
probably 4 points. And when that cue ball finished, it actually cost him the frame.
And you sort of three-quarters suspected it would, where they were.
63. $65. $68.
Plays with real verve, does Fan Zhengyi.
Yeah, like I said,
72.
he's someone I really do like watching.
77.
Turned pro in 2018. I had the pleasure of playing him on a few occasions. Still only 25, so a lot more to come from this young man,
83.
I think.
Fanjani.
It's a clearance of 90. That's the highest break of the group so far. Could it be useful? We'll find out later. What we do know is that Fan Zhengyi has taken a 1-0 lead over Oliver Sykes. So the last match of the session on table 1 is underway, and that's also the case on table 2. Noppon Sankam looking to consolidate on his 3-1 win over Liam Davis by also beating Huang Jiao. I will say this, Lee, and I think you would definitely agree with this. A Noppon Sankam,
1.
when he's at the peak of his powers, he hardly seems to miss.
Yeah, he's a very dangerous player, Noppon. A couple of years ago, really did look like he was possibly going to win a couple of tournaments. Let's get into the latter stages of quite a few events. It's maybe dropped off a little bit in the last couple of years, but still very good player, very dangerous, very good potter and scorer.
And what a gentleman he is as well. Sunny personality.
Yeah, you won't find too many nicer people than Noppon, that's for sure.
So very quickly and very early in the day, Oliver Sykes is at the point of no return. Has to win the next 3 frames to retain hope of topping the table. A draw, I'm afraid, will not be good enough.
attempted the long red. It's gone wrong. The red has come back up and left a possibility for Oliver. It's just not happening for him today. Like I said, I've watched him play on a few occasions, and he's played some very, very good snooker when I've watched him.
One.
There will be no sympathy from Fan. We mentioned that he starts the new season as the world number 57. That's the worry zone. But he has picked up significant points in the China Open and Wuhan Open. And if he could win this group, that would also
5.
help to ease any concerns. Of course, still very early in the season. But if you're at the top 64 at the end of the campaign, when all the points are totted up at the conclusion of the World Championship, well then, barring being in the top 4 on the one-year list
11.
for players who aren't in the 64, barring that, you're going back to Q school.
Yeah, and that's one place where none of
12.
these players want to go. Very difficult to get through. Some very good players. No guarantee that anybody's going to come through that, no matter how good you are.
Actually, Fan did it in 2020, but you don't want to go back there.
18. $19.
He's a world champion of sorts. The 2017 World Under-21 Championship he won.
And already made 2 maximums in his short career as
24.
well, so shows you what an excellent player he is.
With that
25.
left-eyed sighting I keep talking about, he's also reminiscent of a player from the 70s of pot black winning status, the name Graham Miles, runner-up in the 74 World Championship to Ray Reardon. Because he's from my part of the world, Graham, I got to know him quite well. Smashing company, really funny.
$31.
Quite often he'd turn up late for matches, you know, Graham. Clive Overton said, and put it brilliantly, he said, yeah, his problem was he always thought he was an hour and a half from anywhere. And he wasn't, of course. There was a famous match, well, for geeks like me anyway, where he played Jim Meadowcroft.
37.
And they both turned up late. It was 2-2 at the interval and a ball hadn't been potted.
Well, that's the first time I've ever heard of both
38.
players not turning up for a match. Wow. Fan has taken these very nicely. And by the way he's played that, He thinks there's a plant into
45.
this left-hand corner pocket.
And when it comes to plants, few are better. He's mustard. Always looking for them, and quite often he pulls them off. He's let me down there, though.
45.
Yeah, it's very close. So, what can
1.
Oliver do with this chance? That's a little bit unlucky.
8.
Possibly still pot this red. Yeah, well played.
9.
So maybe 36 points behind in this frame, but this is a decent chance.
On the tour because he was
13.
runner-up to Anton Kazakov in the European Amateur Championship earlier this year. He's got a 2-year ticket.
14.
It's a golden opportunity, but also very tough. Tough to make your presence felt, to feel at home.
Yeah, like I said though, he's made a decent start. He's already
21.
won 3 matches in the qualifiers, so more matches you win, more comfortable you're going to feel, but it's just not happening for him today.
21.
He knows that was a good chance. Just finished a little bit straight on this red. Definitely, you can definitely see this year that those pockets are playing a little bit tighter. Quite a few reds being missed down the back, a black rail. And that's an excellent pot on the red
1.
from Fan Zhengi.
It was, and now another required. He's knocked in so many good pots to the middle in this session. Ironic when we talk about
4.
that one he missed against Murphy in the deciding frame of their first round match at the Crucible this year. That wasn't too shabby either, was it?
5.
That was an excellent pot. He's going to need another one though. And this black is missable. He needs to roll it in though. He's got the red close to the green pocket. Yeah, well played.
12.
You see this long red again. So 37 points in front. Colour, one more red. Should be enough to put him 2 frames in front.
Well, the break only 16, but full of really good pots,
17.
and that is the one that gets him over the line and to 2-0. So Oliver Sykes must
24.
dig in, try and get a draw, and then win his last match to earn a few quid. But he's not winning the group, that's for sure.
25.
It's amazing when the pressure lifts. These players just seem to poke their cue at the ball and they go in.
32. $34.
These days on questionnaires, you often see a question, what would be your superpower?
37.
Well, when it comes to snooker players, I would say playing a match or even a tournament or a season without any
41.
pressure whatsoever, as if you're in practice.
Wow, the standard of snooker
46.
then would just be, it's pretty insane as it is. But if everybody played with no pressure, wow,
52.
there'd be hardly any balls missed.
Panjani, 59. And
What a good break that was. So Fan Zhengyi with a run of 59, a clearance, doubles his lead. It's now 2-0 over Oliver Sykes. Over on table 2, scrappy first frame between Nopon Sankam and Huang Jihao. Huang at the table, 16 adrift. Not just scrappy, Lee, it's been clearly really low scoring.
Yeah, I was in Victoria's Academy yesterday. I was watching Huang practice with the rest for about 45-50 minutes, so this will be an interesting one. Yeah, and all that practice has paid off.
It's got an esoteric point, I suppose, but I think the standard generally with the rest these days has never been better.
Yeah, I think it's something that you see players regularly practicing now, whereas possibly years ago, you know, if you weren't very good with it, you just wouldn't use it. You know, which is probably the main reason to practice with it. He's got another one with the rest here.
Well, maybe that's why he was practicing. Didn't threaten the pocket at all, did it?
No, that one certainly wasn't close.
So with breaks of 90 and 59, Fan Zhengyi leads Oliver Sykes 2-0. Now, if you're just joining us, Fan led Florian Nursler 2-0 in the match that immediately preceded this on table 1. And from that point, he didn't pot another ball, literally, as Nursler came back to gain a 2-all draw. Sykes would love something similar.
As Oliver left this red for Fan. Can he pot this? Judge of the cannon. Looks like he's going low on the cue ball, so pot this and try to screw back for the blue. Wow. Say he'd left it, maybe it didn't go because didn't really get anywhere near that one. No. Come on, Oliver. Tough day so far for him. See if he can string a nice break together here. He's played that one very nicely. Nicely on the black, and just get on the red that's closest to the black, to the opposite corner.
Eight. Nine.
Just seemed a wee bit tentative on that one, and that's why the cue ball wasn't drawn back quite as far as he wanted. Well recovered though.
$16.
Yeah, he had some good wins already this season in the qualifiers for last year's World
17.
Championship. Beat Liam Graham by 10 frames to 4. Beat Lou Houchen 10 frames to 8, and in that match had a break of 146. But that's another black off the spot.
Oliver Sykes, 17.
I think that's the 4th one he's missed so far, and all of them have been thick.
Yeah, you might think, having seen that replay, well, he wobbled the black, he was close, but really he wasn't.
Yeah, you're actually aiming to the opposite jaw to where Oliver's missing those from both sides. He's missing those to the bottom jaw, which is not where you aim.
So, Lee, I'm assuming you'll be able to tell me that must be some kind of alignment issue to miss 4 thick. That's more than a coincidence.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it could be. Like I said, I watched Oliver play quite a few times, and in the few times that I have watched him play, I wouldn't have seen him miss 4 blacks in all the times I've seen him play. So, yeah, for whatever reason, just might be. I can remember playing on different tables and just looking different on certain, you know, and I had to aim them slightly differently. What I would be, if I was him now, I would be certainly trying to aim those blacks a little bit thinner, because, like I said, that's at least 4 now he's missed thick. Wow, what a red that was.
His middle pocket potting in this session has been absolutely outstanding. Very narrow pocket entrance, and it went in beautifully.
Yeah, he's going to need another one here, though. He's got it again.
$5.
He's not bad in the
6.
corners either, Phil.
Yeah, the Chinese contingent in general possess so much talent, and
11.
that definitely applies to Fan.
Very positive shot
12.
there. Playing the red to screw into the other reds. Played with the reverse side to take him back up towards the blue. Can he pot the blue and get on a red? He's finished little bit awkward. He's looking maybe to play the pot the blue and play for the gap between the green and the brown for the red in the green pocket. This would have to be a very, very precise positional shot. Yeah, that was
17.
always going to be very difficult. He didn't have a lot of room to play with there at all. Can he clip one of these outside reds into the right-hand corner? Of course he can.
18.
I'm not inside Fan Zhengyi's mind, but it seems to me the way he plays, he just loves it. And he plays a different game to most. And I would say when he's on, he'd be intimidating to play.
23.
Because you never know when anything's safe.
$24.
Yeah, he is a very nice player to watch.
And there's definitely an exuberance there, there's no doubt.
Played that nicely. Now has
29.
the balls at his mercy now. Where he's playing. I'd
30.
be very surprised if he doesn't go on now and win frame and match.
If he does, he'll end the session on top of the table with 4 points. But of course, he's played 2 matches where Hossein Vafaei with 3 points
37.
has got 2 more to go.
38.
Does look as though the group decider will be Vafaei against Fan last up in the second session.
44. 45.
So 28 points in front. Shouldn't be any problems seen in the frame
52.
from here.
53.
Can he go on and make a century? So just this red.
60.
I have to say, Phil, it's been an excellent performance.
61.
Yeah, especially in light of the fact he was dealing with disappointment after being 2-0 up in his previous match against Nursler and only coming out of it with a 2-all draw. So the reaction to that setback,
67.
admirable.
Fan Zhengyi. 67. Frame in a match.
Well, the break ends at 67. Oliver Sykes 50 behind with 43 on, so needing 2 snookers or indeed 1 snooker and a free ball. But he decides that enough is enough. And so we've got definitives here. Oliver Sykes has been eliminated from contention to top the group. And at the halfway stage of the day, Fan Zhengyi finds himself on top of the table. And that was a really good display. 3-0, he defeats Oliver Sykes. So that's the end of this session, but rest assured the action will begin again at 4:30 local time. That's in just about 2 hours, when, coming back to the table, it will be Hossein Vafaei against Florian Nursler. By the way, if you want to see the end of the session on Table 2, it's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel right now. Nopon Sankam and Huang Jihao are involved in the first frame of their contest. But for us, it's goodbye. See you later on.
We're back for another week at the Mattioli Arena. It's the BetVictor Championship League. Of course, we've already got 12 players into Stage 2. 2 more to be revealed tonight. It's already looking good for the top seeds, but of course, every frame for the rest of the day will count towards the final tables.
Very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Yes, we're at the halfway stage here in Leicester of groups 18 and 29. Of course, there's 32 groups in this stage. Table 2, Noppen Senkam has won both of his matches for the loss of only 1 frame. So it's up to Ben Wollaston to keep up. He did win his first match. He's about to play second against Liam Davies, who himself has got 2 to play in this session. Huang Jihao at the moment, bottom of the table. And here on table 1, well, Hossein Vafai is the top seed. Of course, he's only played 1 match. Fang Zhengzi has drawn 1 and won 1, so he's on 4 points. It's looking like it'll probably be Vafai v Fan to decide it. That said, Florian Nursler's not out of it yet because he's got 2 matches. If he wins them both, he'll be on 7 points. Have a great chance to win the group. So, as I say, every frame for the rest of the day is going to change that table, and whoever finishes top on both tables will, of course, come back for stage 2. Hossein Vafai beat Oliver Sykes 3-1. He lost the first frame. He seemed to get better as the match went on. He was just losing the cue ball a bit. Wasn't maybe that enamoured with conditions. He won't be enamoured with that break-off shot. That is about as bad as it can be, really. Leaving a red on straight away. So Florian Nursler, who from 2-0 down actually looked very good against Fang Zhengyi to get the draw, gets a chance immediately. It's amazingly how often the break-off just seems to go wrong, but not always that badly wrong.
Yeah, that was a really bad one from Hossein. But it is a very important shot in snooker nowadays. I see so many frames won from a poor break-off shot, or even sometimes a good break-off shot. Yeah, all the players seem to be just slightly under-hitting most of the shots today so far. Again, Florian played for the red. That was just to the left of the red he was closest to, that one that Hossein has just played, and didn't quite get the cue ball back far enough. Second year on tour for Florian. Already he started off much better than last year. Last year was a tough season for him. He's had a few good wins in the qualifiers. China Open he beat Alan Taylor 6 frames to 2 before losing 6-2 to Liam Highfield, and then in the Wuhan Open he 2 good wins against David Grace and Ricky Walden, and now he's got the task of playing Judd Trump in Wuhan, so that should be a really nice match for him.
Yeah, I think how you start a season is quite important, actually, and last season he started it badly and it just sort of spiralled from there. He got maybe a bit demoralised and under more pressure, but as you say, this year the opposite. He's actually already won as many matches this season as he did the whole of last, although he's in a spot of bother here. But it's good to see And that's why having a 2-year card, I think it's so important, because it is a baptism of fire coming on tour from the amateur game, and it takes time. It takes time to settle and adjust, but he's got this year to try and do as well as he can and hopefully, save his card.
Yeah, and it is, just like you said, that it was so easy to get a little bit demoralised with it. When you're turning up, Florian had a very good amateur career. He won't be used to losing match after match like he did last season, so it's not easy to deal with. But like you said, he's started off this season much better.
One.
Nice red from Hossein.
Well, he's had plenty of time to relax since the first match, which finished about 4 hours ago. Of course, he's got the last match to play as well against Fan Zhengyi, which one way or another is going to decide this group.
Six.
Playing a little controlled cannon into the reds. He is on this red, but very awkward bridging. Not only bridging over one ball, but two. So referee Natalia Gradinari keeping a close eye on Hossein.
Finished off the match nicely against Oliver Sykes. He made an 81 break. Before that, though, it was very stop-start. And he was relying on a few errors from his opponent to get in.
Seven.
Played for the black, but I think he's still on the pink. Tried to
13.
screw around the back to get on the red that's closest to the cue ball, and it's gone wrong, so it's another kind of like in the opening match where had chances. Usually his cue ball that is so good, just getting away from him a little bit. Not the best safety either.
13.
Worth saying, Nursler's not out of this by far. He's got 2 matches back-to-back, so if he could win them both, 7 points, that might be enough to win the group, depending on what happens in the last match. It's that a stage of the day where there's various permutations.
Decent safety there from Florian. And really nice, Dave, isn't it, to see all these young players coming through now. We've, get a lot of young players from China, but now we've got them coming through from Europe as well.
Definitely, and like you say, Florian Nursler had a few near misses in terms of getting on tour. He just kept missing out by the odd match here and there. So it's great to see him finally get on at the start of last season. Proudly representing Austria.
Yeah, you've already said that he's won as many matches this season as he did last, and I don't think he'll be so much improved this season for having the experience of playing last season. I think you'll see his season improved a lot from last year. His card in March in the Cube Tour playoffs, beating Andres Petrov by 10 frames to 3.
Liam Davies 1-0 up on Ben Wollaston on table 2.
Of course, Hossein had an excellent amateur career as well. 2011 IBSF World Champion. We won't mention who he beat in the final of that one, though, Dave.
I was just thinking that, actually. Yeah, I was going to keep quiet. Yeah, Vafai managed to avoid that black and got a good cue ball, and he has forced an error from Nursler.
Just needs one decent positional shot. And that's not it. Needs that cue ball to run. Doesn't look to have a very good angle on the green to the middle. Well, he may be okay, may be able to run it in off the side cushion. Yeah, he could. It's actually quite a nice angle on the green.
Four.
If he can play, he's had one good positional shot. Pot this red would love to get nicely on the black. If he could get that back on the spot, have an excellent chance.
5. $12. $13.
Usually Hossein very reliable from situations like this. He's got plenty of loose reds. Blue and black, both available. But he's just been losing the cue ball today.
18. 19.
Yeah, he struggled in that first match, but as I say, did make that good break in the last from 81, so at least finished on a high, and of course got the 3 points ultimately. If he can win this match, then Fang Zhengyi would need to beat him in the last.
$24. 25. 32. 33.
Hard to see now how Hossein won't go on and win this frame at this visit. He's already 43 points in front. He's got 4
38.
comfortable looking reds.
39.
Yeah, in fairness, he did play a good safety to force this opening. The mistake from Nursler, who was in a bit of trouble.
46.
So a couple more reds should do the trick here.
47.
59 in front. 59 available. Not for too much longer though, I don't think.
55.
Just want to make sure this black, because that should stop any playing on at the moment. 3 snookers, Nursler probably would. But in goes the black, and that surely is first frame to Hossein Vafai.
62. 63.
Of course, he's had to jump through various hoops to just play snooker, visas and so on, a lot of paperwork over the years, so it's great that, you know, he's got through all of that and had an injury last season which seems to have gone away also. Of course, we saw him get to the quarterfinals of the World Championship, beat Judd Trump in a thriller 13-12 in the second round, having seen off Sergio Way in the first. Boogies have beat him as that red just drops.
59.
It just yielded at the last. Yeah, just finally decided to
76.
succumb to gravity. Well, he's determined to continue this break.
77.
Yellow may go to the green pocket. Either way, of course, the frame well and truly won. We'd like to make a century.
$84.
This is his highest break of the day now. And it's not over yet, so every chance to make this century.
86.
He's already had 4 this season in those qualifiers. A couple of weeks ago, we qualified for final stages of the China and Wuhan
89.
Opens.
$93. $98.
So this is really good stuff from Hossein Vafai. Pink for the century. Excellent. We had 18 last week.
104.
Changbing used 145 at the top of the list. Break ends at 104, and Hossein Vafai emphatically takes the opening frame here against Florian Nursler. Remember, if he wins this, then Fan Zhengyi will have to beat him in the last match to stop him winning the group. Now, Liam Davies made a 50 break in that opening frame, and he's 3 points in front here in frame 2. Of course, he was beaten by Noppen Senkarm earlier. Ben Wollaston beat Yuan Jiao 3-0. Noppen Senkarm 6 points so far, so he's top of the table. Just trying to get the thin edge, but got no edge. Anyway, we'll be back with this later, but let's go back to table 1. So a century to start for the fight. After such a bad break-off shot as well.
Second frame. Florian Nursler to break.
Could have, on another day, that could have been his only shot. He did leave a red on, but Nursler lost position early on.
Safety shot there from Hossein. Looks like he's covered all the reds. Looks like the 2 cushion glance and escape.
Foul. In the miss. Hossein Vafai 4.
Well,
Free ball.
We've already seen something similar once today. No, Fan Zengi. So, free ball. He'll take on the brown. Not this time.
This was the thing, though, about Ronnie O'Sullivan's 153 at the World Open in Yushan last season. He had the free ball, but the black actually was near a corner pocket, which is very rare to see that. So played immediately for the black. So for a while was actually on for a 155, which would have been even more incredible. At one point had to play for a couple of pinks, but just the fact the black was available was unusual.
Good pot with the rest, but would have loved to have seen that cue ball just roll that little bit further.
That's the brown, surely.
Hussein Vafaye, 1.
Oh yeah, sorry, he potted a red. The reason I said that is because I was just thinking about Mark, who's colourblind. But yeah, he potted a red. That's why it's all is well. Don't panic.
Yeah, quite a few times I've. No, this kind of situation here would be a nightmare for Mark, because the brown has gone in the middle of the reds. So you are allowed to ask the referee which ball is the brown. Many times we've been practicing over the years, and Mark's potted. As we see, you're saying flick the red. It's going to be in behind the yellow this time, surely. Yeah, many times Mark has potted the brown thinking it's a red, and I just started laughing.
As you do.
Hussein Vafaye, 1.
And as soon as I started laughing, he said, "I've done it again, haven't I?"
Foul on the miss. Hussein Vafaye, 4.
Slight misjudgment there from Florian. It's going to be going back, so just a little bit of a adjustment needed. And then we see the brown.
What would happen if the referee was colourblind? I suppose they wouldn't be able to do the job, would they?
Thank you.
Ask the audience.
Foul on the miss. Hussein Vafaye,
Well,
4.
much closer this time, but still not quite hitting the red. So the smallest of adjustments this time. Should see Florian get the red. Yeah, well done. It's a good shot. Little tap from Hossein. Well, that's an excellent safety. It's tight on the rail there to get the cue ball back that close to the ball cushion. Excellent shot.
Sounds like the ice cream van's back. Not quite the weather this week for it as it was last week. I still have one though, if anyone wants to go and buy one. Well, the mistake has been forced.
Yeah, not a great chance at the moment for Hossain. Black not in a great position. Pink looks like it's tied up.
One.
Not played that very well. Did that cue ball to be back somewhere near the blue. Little wry smile. Yeah, that green far from easy.
Hossain Vafai 1.
So, like I said, wasn't a great chance that, in the way the balls were situated, but you'd be disappointed to only make one.
One.
So, he's looks to have decent angle on the blue. Yes, played that nicely.
6. Seven.
Well, he played 2 good frames from 2-0 down to Fang Zhengyi. Controlled them well. In fact, Fan didn't score a point in either. So, it took him a bit of time in that match, but he did, as I say, get the draw deservedly. Breaks of 67 and 53.
11.
Struck that one nicely. To get top side of the blue. Just depends if any of those reds are potable or whether they're all blocking each other.
$17.
Well, looks quite tight. Just about.
18.
Doesn't like the blue or pink, so looks like his choice is the green. Coming round off 2 cushions. Well, 3 cushions, in fact. Played that very nicely. It's a very good shot.
21. Twenty-two.
Well, not happy with that one.
27.
Has he come far enough to be able to pot this red? You can see it clearly pots. Can he get through to it? The way he's looking, I think he can. Just needs to. He's going to be going into the pink and the 2 reds. Just needs to judge this to get position. Well, concentrating so much on that. He's missed the red. Unfortunately, he's brought all those reds into play. Left a nice, easy chance for Hossein.
One.
Yeah, it was the previous shot, wasn't it? Didn't get as
7.
nice on the red as he would have liked. Made that one more difficult. As you say, he's opened the lot up now.
Thank you.
Still those 2 reds though on the top cushion.
8. $14. 15.
Just checking the scoreboard. He's 9 points in front, so
21.
he's definitely going to need those reds. So, frame not
20.
over yet for Florian.
$27. $28.
When Hossein pots this pink, it'll be going back on its own spot. He's got. Looks like he's got a nice angle to play the cannon to the black. That's what he's played. a little bit unlucky.
34.
Just wanted to cannon the black and leave himself on that red that he
Same. But
played
I
the
use
safety shot
34.
from. It wasn't the best safety shot, so still well in this frame. Florian Nersler. That's a very good safety. We'll tap on the table from Hossein. 22 points in front, but nothing safe. So Florian was to get a chance. To have an excellent chance to pinch this frame. And he has got that chance.
Florian used 4.
Missed call, but this is a good chance. Florian can pot this red. Excellent chance to pinch this second frame. Yeah, nicely played. Nicely on the pink. Great chance now.
Yeah, and a big moment for him because, of course, he can still win this group. You know, he drew his first match. He can still win this match with another one to come. So, kind of starts here. If it's going to happen, this is where it starts.
7. Eight.
Yeah, didn't play the best of shots there. Getting onto the black.
15.
Didn't leave himself a very good angle, and now he's got this yellow from distance. Should have been much closer with the cue ball. And that's cost him the pot. That was a careless shot from the last red. Should have had a nice angle
15.
to play down for that yellow. Okay. He hasn't left the yellow on, but should be in behind the green. Well, he should have been in behind the green.
Well, it looked a certain snooker, didn't it? And you saw Hossein Vafai's reaction there. So, the frame absolutely on a knife edge still.
Well, I think he'll settle for that. That was a very good hit. Deserved a bit of luck as he got it.
Well, it wasn't quite the same shot, but there were shades of that Stephen Hendry respot against Mark Williams there, but not quite as important here. Having said that, it's giving him a chance to lead 2-0 when Florian Nurstler just a couple of minutes ago had a really good chance to level this match. Left himself awkward on the yellow. Vafai still needing the rest for this green.
Thank you.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself, Florian. It's on the red. Only just needed to leave a nice angle on that black to play down for the yellow. It's a pretty poor shot for a player of his standard.
9.
It looks like it's going to cost him this frame. 12 points in front, so just the blue.
Yeah, it was anyone's that frame,
14.
but it looks like it's gone to Hossein Vafai. One snooker needed, so this is probably lagging the pink over the pocket. In is even better. Usual drill.
Hussein Vafai.
I mean, if you could get a snooker here, it'd be a good one behind the black. Well, this is a decent effort, but not quite going to happen. And the same for five puts the pink away, so that frame really was anyone's. Florian Nurstler had a golden chance to win it, but it's gone to Hossein Vafai, who leads the match 2-0, and of course that means he's guaranteed at least a point. The best Nurstler can now do is a point, and of course that's a massive setback for him in this group. Just gone 2-0 to Liam Davies against Ben Wollaston, so Liam fighting back well after losing to Nopin Senkom, and of course he has got another match coming up against Huang Shihao, so still in the shake-up in this group. We can show you how the money works in this tournament. And I think the key thing there in stage one, of course, there's no prize money for finishing fourth, so that's the one position you do not want to be in. If you do win the group, 3,000, and you're guaranteed at least another 1,000 in stage two. But as you can see, the money goes up and up until the eventual winner takes 20,000, but they also take away another 13 that they've won along the way. So it's £33,000, which translates, of course, to ranking points for whoever wins, 10,000 for the runner-up, plus all the money they've accumulated along the way. So it's early season, it's a chance to steal a bit of a march on the other players in the one-year ranking list. But as I say, finishing fourth is absolutely not where you want to be. And at the moment, I guess Oliver Sykes is set to do that. But of course, he plays Nurstler next. If he were to beat him, then he would go past Florian Nurstler. So there's still plenty to play for in all places. But Hossein Vafai looking good in terms of the overall group. It's going to basically come down to Fang Zhengyi having to beat him later.
Third frame.
So it would seem anyway. But of course, Fan was 2-0 up on Florian Nurstler. That ended 2-2, so this all is not lost yet here.
Florian eyeing up the long red. Well, you're very close in both pockets there.
One.
See, very close. Red wobbles in the other corner as well. What was worse than that was the red came up and left a nice
6.
opener for Hossein.
Seven.
Well, he tried to go straight into the pink. He did. Couldn't have really hit it much better.
12.
Look at that. Caught this pink pretty much again full in the face, but reds didn't really go anywhere. Well, he's not got top side of the blue, but that was an excellent shot. Can pot the blue and get on the red by the green into the yellow pocket. But okay, come up a little bit short. Still okay,
18.
can pot it with the rest.
$19.
All sorts on the cue ball, but it just failed to get into the reds.
22.
And he's actually snooking himself here. I think he would have got them nicely open had he actually made contact.
Och sen varför jag? 22.
It's been in some ways a bit of a frustrating day for Fafai, even though, you know, he's played 6 frames, won 5 of them. It doesn't sound that bad, but hasn't quite played the snooker he wanted to, but he's sort of potted the crunch balls along the way. Of course, we've got Liam Davies on table 2. Davies with an E, but for the first time ever in the history of professional snooker, there's no Davis on tour. There was Joe, there was Fred, there was Steve, Mark until recently. He dropped off at the end of last season.
It's a pretty good length of cue ball, but I'm saying we'll probably take this red on. If you can roll it in, side cushion, bottom cushion, you can get on the black. Well, he tried to power it in. Florian just coming around to have a look with the pink pot into the left-hand corner pocket. Very good.
1.
Very good red into the middle.
Yeah, like I was saying, so his potting has been good. His breaks sometimes have come to a premature end, but overall, he's actually looked good today. He struggled a bit, I think, with just maybe conditions in the first match.
3.
Can be quite emotional, I was saying, for 5, but we've not really seen that. He's kept a lid on things. I'm sure because the season ended on a high, he was looking forward to getting back into it, and he has started well, as I say, qualified for the China Open, the Wuhan Open already. 28th in the rankings, so looking to really have an extended run in something to try and get back up somewhere towards the top 16.
4.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things Hossein has improved over the last couple of years, is he's not let the frustrations get the better of him. Because when he is playing, he really is a great player. Again, wasn't happy with that one.
10.
He's left himself in some awkward positions today. But it shouldn't be a problem.
11.
Only problem he has got now is that black, if it goes on the spot, could tie up black and red. That's the reason why he tried to move it.
Hussein Rafael. 11.
And these pockets are definitely proving this year you've got to be very accurate.
Yeah, another example then of getting in and not making as many as he was looking for. Well, the red in bulk sort of complicating things here. Well, he's looking at the pot here.
One.
Yeah, it's a good pot, but it was a little bit of a careless shot from Hossein. He was only trying to just drop the cue ball into the reds. Really shouldn't have left any chance for Florian. Yeah, he's not played that one
8.
too well though.
Florian Nussle. 8.
Yeah, it's a good safety. He's got Florian snookered on all the reds. Shouldn't be a problem. Can play Side cushion, bottom cushion, just drop into the pack. Just got to judge the pace. Yeah, well done. So excellent safety shot from Florian. It's forced an error from Hossein. Now, can he pot this long red? Get nicely on a colour.
One.
He certainly can. It's okay. He's got one
6.
to the middle pocket. He's brought all the reds into play. Decent chance.
Seven.
Yes, unlikely he's going to win the group now because, of course, he drew his first match, but the all-important not finishing last is there as well in his thoughts.
$13.
Had that good chance to win the last frame, didn't take it, so this feels even more important now.
14. $21. 22.
Oh, he thought it was in,
22.
but it's refused to drop. Wow, and that could be the end.
Yeah, and just another shot which I think he thought was in. You can see by his face. Oh, look. Yeah, he thought that was in.
One.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you'd have just paused it just before the black got to the pocket, you put your house on that dropping, but he didn't. Is it the end of the match? It's down to the 5 to close it out.
8.
Yeah, I think this is Florian's last chance. This red.
9.
No, he's played it very well. 12 points in front already.
Yes, it's not been the perfect performance from Hossein for 5, but it looks like it's going to be the perfect
14.
result in this format, which is 3-0. And it means Fan Zhengyi will have to beat him later.
15.
draw for Vafai should, in that match, should see him top the table.
Green and brown being off the spot there really helped with that shot.
20.
Bigger target. So 23 points in front, yellow and green.
22.
Again, maybe not the best performance, but he'll be absolutely delighted with the result.
Yes, he has relied today on opponents slipping up, and Nursler's done that 2 frames running now,
25.
but Vafai will be delighted with the day's work thus far. As I say, 2 frames he needs from that last match to win this group and to come back for stage 2 in a couple of weeks' time.
29. $34.
So Hossein Vafai defeats Florian Nursler 3-0 and moves to 6 points in the table. He is the favourite to win this group. Florian Nursler, of course, must try and avoid last place, and to do that, he's got a meeting next with Oliver Sykes.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back, everyone, to the penultimate match we're going to show for you on Table 1 today. This is the very latest group table. Hossein Vafai looking really good. He's got a +5 frames difference and 6 points. But of course, it will all come down to that final match against Fan Zhengyi, because if Fan can beat Vafai, then Fan goes to 7 points and he will progress to the last 32. The match we've got for you now, Florian Nursler and Oliver Sykes, looks like being the 3rd and 4th place decider. They're playing for £1,000, and where they are in the rankings, that is a significant amount of points.
Yes, of course, Sykes must win. Nursler can afford a draw because he drew a match earlier. I think Oliver Sykes, though, of course he don't want to finish last, but he'll just want to improve on the earlier performances, because he can certainly play better than he showed us in the first 2 matches.
Yeah, missed 4 blacks off the spot. All of them by undercutting. Lee Walker was noticing that.
Yeah, I mean, playing in these TV conditions is new to him, isn't it? You know, he's only just come on tour, literally this season. He's played a couple of qualifiers. But the setup here is quite alien to him, so, you know, it's not that surprising he struggled.
Yeah, if you look at his amateur and junior record, you know that he's got lots of potential.
Well, I'm going to throw a name in here, Phil Obi Agrawal. Now, he was from India, he was a billiard specialist, and he, of course, beat Stephen Hendry in the UK Championship the first year Stephen turned pro, beaten quite heavily. So it shows that even the greats, you know, when they come on tour, it's not straightforward.
Yeah, I think it was 9-2, wasn't it?
Yeah. Even Ronnie O'Sullivan, I think I'm right in saying he qualified for the UK Championship in his first year, but Cliff Wilson, the Welsh veteran, beat him.
Yeah, and another year at the UK Championship, O'Sullivan came very close to losing to Nigel Gilbert, who was unique because he carried his own rest around with him.
Yes, he wore a glove as well, but these are names that don't need to be dredged up right now, as Nursler pots that red and attempts to pot this blue. He's had a lot of chances today. In that last match, he could easily have won frames 2 and 3. Certainly, I think, should have won frame 2. So, again, he's looking to just make sure he doesn't come away with nothing from the day.
Yeah, had a short purple patch from 2-0 down to 2-2 against Fan Zhengyi. Made breaks of 67 and 53, but I agree. Overall, he will be a little dejected.
For the neutral 6.
Sykes made a 1-4-6 break in the World Championship qualifiers this year, so you know he's a proper player, just as not settled in this environment today. And that's a mistake, caught the second red. Nursler gets another opening.
One.
He works the cue ball pretty well, Nursler.
Seven.
Always good to see players from continental Europe doing okay. And as Dave mentioned before, one of the big reasons he's doing what he's doing, i.e. playing on the Pro Tour and being a pioneer for Austrian snooker, is because Eurosport had such an extraordinary influence and continue to have that influence, broadcasting all of the tournaments around the continent, introducing a whole generation to the green-based game.
21.
And now we've had our first continental Europe world champion in Luca Brissell.
Eight. $29. $36. $37.
The break up to 37, the last of the open reds, but a simply lovely angle on the blue to go into them. Finding the join between red and pink would be perfect here. Well, I think he did that, but there wasn't a great amount of movement. I'm glad he's on one.
42.
Being so close to the red with the cue ball, he couldn't do an awful lot with it. Just hit down. Thankfully, blue and pink are always going to be available by doing that.
Well, it's an interesting dynamic in this match because, I mean, he's a relative newcomer himself. He's only 24, but he is the senior man. He's a second season pro. And he's 4 years older than Oliver Sykes. And he's looking to assert himself here by wrapping up this opening frame. Just needs a draw, remember, to make sure he doesn't finish in fourth.
Nine.
Sykes hoping the chance will come. If it doesn't, you're going to have to win the last 3 frames to avoid that dreaded fourth position. Well, he's missed that, so not over yet. 55 in it.
For a new full.
Still 75 available.
You see it so often, digging down into the cue ball a little there. That means there's a greater risk of imparting unwanted side and consequently missing.
One.
The line of 3 reds, rather unusually positioned, also close together that they are mutual blockers.
9.
But that situation will be remedied after this.
Yeah, so now all about the red just off the left-hand side cushion in terms of impediments. That's the only one, really.
16.
Quickly, Ben Wollaston has pulled a frame back against Liam Davis. Davis leads 2-1 now. The Welshman had the chance to clear up and snatch the frame on the black when Wollaston missed a last red that was really difficult down the side cushion. But Davis potted that red and then missed a green with the rest. So Wollaston still has hope of a point.
$25. $31. $32.
Well, I think he did play to move the red there, but he'll struggle to do so here. So could possibly play for the double. Well, he missed the yellow. Or has he? Maybe not.
Oliver Sykes, 32.
Not for the first time today. The old mistake that can befall rookies to top pros. Just thinking about position, give me pots, go astray.
Fold.
But he was well off his line there to try and double the red.
Well, the good news, I guess, for Nursler is that at least the red is safe. But let's see, 19 in it.
So easy to misjudge this. Oh, he's not misjudged it. What a contact. Can't imagine he played to those tolerances, though. First chance, and a really good chance it is, by the way, in the final frame on table 2. Falls to Liam Davis. As chances go, they don't get much better than the one he's got. Well, given that he's 19 ahead, Nursler won't mind the black running safe towards the side cushion, but he will mind where the wide ball is finished, directly behind the blue. Tried the thin clip off 2 cushions, all very well, but has he left a free ball? Clearly not, but it was always going to be a case that the cue ball was put back. Don't think it's in quite the right place there.
Well, it's in Nursler's favour that pink and black are tying each other up, of course, with the 15-point lead he has.
And that Sykes safety was also in Nursler's favour.
One.
Well, he could lay a hellish snooker in behind the pink off the black. But why do that when you can pot balls of that quality? As we see Liam Davis building a substantial lead in the final frame on table 2.
There's a massive break on there. He's on a break of 60. There's still 83 points on the table, but main thing is get the match won. And Nursler needs yellow and green here to win this opening frame, barring snookers. He's missed the yellow.
For a neutral 3.
And wasn't really on the green either.
Wollaston's goose appears to be cooked on table 2. And just as I say that, a routine black off its spot is missed, and the table is wide open. This would be some steal, but it's well within Ben's capabilities.
So Nursler snookered. A relatively easy hit, I guess, but he needs this yellow to run past the middle pocket. Is it just cuttable? Well, that's at least brought the pink away from the black. Well, that's a great result. Got him in a snooker. Bit wasteful that, really, giving away 4 points at this stage. Still means that Nursler needs yellow and green. Certainly harder. Yeah, nicely done.
Over on table 2, Liam Davis has just played a slight swerve to hit the third last red. He caught it full ball and potted it. It was frame ball. The black's gone in as well, so it looks as though the young Welshman is going to beat Ben Wollaston 3-1. That after the group's top seed, Wollaston that is, beat Huang Zhihao 3-0 to start. So the group on table 2 suddenly very much open.
No, it was a big mistake from Oliver Sykes. So yellow and green needed for Nursler. Oh, wow. What next?
Well, at this level, that's no good. That really isn't. As they all say, Dave, the pockets don't move. He knew where it was.
Well, Sykes has been well and truly on the back foot here, but now the chance is his. Brown obviously got to be dealt with.
True.
Although the pink, and black are where they are, the pink is near the black. So if you can get close to the pink to pot it, shouldn't be too bad on the black, actually.
5.
Big moments, because the winner of the first frame in these matches so often goes on to win the whole thing.
9. $14.
Well, he's shaking his head because he's not got the position on the pink he was looking for here to hold for the black.
Yeah, he's so thin, it's pretty much an impossibility.
All down to the final ball then in frame 1. A frame that Nursler will feel he should have won.
Oliver Sykes 20.
Well, a good start in terms of drama. Plenty of mistakes in the frame, mind you. Can confirm Liam Davis has beaten Ben Wollaston 3-1 as we see this crunch ball.
Yeah, we'll go into the permutations in the other group after this frame, but there's one result which will favour Liam Davis other than him winning the next match, and that's Ben Wollaston beating Noppen Sengham. Well, the cue ball was closer to going in than the black there. He's riding his luck a bit here. Got away with that. Cue ball coming across the table, not leaving the black on.
Almost maximum distance between white and black. After that, Nursler's gone favourite.
He gets his chance.
And taken with considerable aplomb. He might well have won that frame a lot earlier, but the fact is, Florian Nursler did win it, and he takes a 1-0 lead over Oliver Sykes, for whom today has not been productive yet.
Yeah, I was saying on the other table, so if Liam Davies, and there's a lot of ifs in this, but if he could beat Huang Jihao 3-0, and then Ben Wollaston beat Noppon Senkam, here's the table 3-1, then Noppon, Ben and Liam would all be tied on everything, and that would mean that there would obviously be decided on the highest breaks. At the moment, Ben Wollaston's top of that with 78 between the three of them, but of course Liam Davies has the chance to beat that. We'll see. There's a very specific set of results there, but it can end up a three-way tie, and then it would be settled on the high breaks. But Liam's got to win 3-0 and Ben's got to win 3-1 for that to happen.
Yeah, the only definitive, Huang Jiao cannot qualify for the next phase.
No, and if Liam Davies loses at least one frame to him, then he also cannot. But kind of hope it is a three-way tie now, just for the hell of it. So Noppon Senkam looking very good there. You know, there is a scenario by which he could miss out.
Yes, Senkam started out with a 3-1 win over Liam Davies earlier, highlighted by a break of 62. Then he beat Huang Jiao 3-0.
The second frame for a neutral to break.
Not a nice feeling when one of those rogue reds comes back towards the balk line. In this case, Nursler's got a really good white, but the red is still on.
Nothing doing positionally. Be interesting to see. I'm sure Sean will continue with it, but the Sean Murphy break-off we saw towards the end of last season, whether other players will adopt that. Playing that third red off the break-off and opening the reds up. All about getting a good cue ball, which is true also of any break-off shot, really. But it's funny because John Higgins was with us when we covered the Tour Championship, and he was a bit sceptical of the Sean Murphy break-off, and then, of course, he played him in the semis at the Crucible in the World Championship. And I actually saw him during the interval of the final session. I wasn't going to speak to him, but he said to me, I said, what about that break-off from Sean? He said, it's really working. There we were sort of pouring cold water on it. Well, only hot water about that shot. That was brilliant.
Helped by the fact the yellow's off its spot. But he got enough angle to go in and out of balk anyway. Yeah, he looks good in spells, Nursler, and then just throws in a mistake he can't see coming. I think the cue action is compact, efficient.
7.
So much of it is about controlling yourself, your emotions, and of course doing it under pressure, and also just finding something when you need it. I mean, I mentioned John Higgins there. I mean, there's probably no one better than him at suddenly finding something as Nursler misses that black.
For a neutral 7.
Neil Robertson, I mean, he's played all of the great players. He is a great player, and he said about Ronnie O'Sullivan, he said at some point playing Ronnie, you know he will suddenly just change the momentum of the match. He said it'll start to threaten to go off into the distance. You have to stay with him. You have to know how to stay with him. But easier said than done, but Neil's done that, of course, on numerous occasions. Well, the red close to right corner is covered. Liam Davies and Yuan Zhao underway in that next match on table 2, and then of course it'll be Wollaston v Sangham, and they'll know the position when they start that match, what needs to happen. Tomorrow on table 1 will be interesting because we've got Elliot Slesser, who of course last couple of seasons much improved. The Milkman, Robert Milkins, not on tour now, but still dangerous. Liam Pullen, of course, Crucible debutant this year, and from China, Lu Wenwei. Yeah, the plant was kind of on there. He started to make it. Obviously, massive degree of safety in mind. Could play the brown here, though. I think he's going to play this brown. He's had a look at where he wants to be on the next red. So, on the front foot here, on the attack.
Five. Five.
Too thick again, recurring theme.
One. Eight.
Quickly out of position, but had the presence of mind to just step back, take an extra 10 seconds or so, and not allow negativity to cloud your thoughts. Well, just as he did in his last frame against Ben Wollaston, Liam Davies has got a gilt-edged opportunity in the first frame against Wang Zhiao. All of the table to action can be seen for the rest of this session, indeed for the rest of the tournament on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. not really close. That was, though. Now the yellow's blocking the brown, but the green is a perfectly reasonable choice.
Four. Five.
I'm loath to be too confident about how many he's going to score here, because he's got into promising positions a lot today and then failed to convert.
10. $11. $18. $19.
Two players simultaneously at the business end of the table scoring. Here, Nursler over on table 2. Liam Davis hurtling towards a 1-0 lead over Huang Zhihao.
$26. $27.
So far, so good. 43 the lead with this black. I guess if he's going to progress and improve, it's about turning these 40s and 50s into 70s and 80s, isn't it? It's about killing frames off clinically without needing another chance, because he could well have lost that last frame,
35.
the first of the match, from a position of real strength.
Yeah, and if you do win frames in one visit, it's a double-edged sword, because more accurately, a double whammy, because apart from the fact you're putting the frame on the board, you're also doing so in a very confident manner and a confidence-boosting manner. There's nothing better than winning a frame convincingly with a high score.
Well, he's still on this blue, albeit not quite as intended. Wobbles in. Liam Davies on the other table. Now, I mentioned if it's a three-way tie, it goes on the breaks. Ben Wollaston's 78, but Liam Davies is on a 74 still going, so that's a perfect opportunity there to set the target. You've got to win 3-0 to set up that potential three-way tie. As Nursler looks to kill this frame off, the red goes in.
41.
He needs a colour. He needs to pot something here. 50 in front, 51 on without the colour. Just never gets any easier, this game. Could just push the black safe, I guess. That would make sense, because Sykes would need blacks.
For the Nussel, 41.
Yeah, Davies is up to 81, so that is the highest break in that group at the moment.
Nursler will be happy with the way things are going, but he won't feel entirely satisfied until the frame is under mathematical lock and key.
A century for Liam Davies, so if it does end up being about breaks, then it's a great target. He's still going, but 1-2-1 if he clears the last 3 balls.
He's a lovely cueist, Liam Davies. And this break has been smooth as silk, as he thrusts his way right back into the group topping contention.
Yeah, 1-2-1 the break from Davies. He's got to win 3-0 and he needs Ben Wollaston to beat Noppen Sengam 3-1. Obviously, if Sengam gets a draw there, then it's all a moot point. But that break could be really valuable from Liam. That is a terrific pot, which should make it 2-0 to Austria's number 1.
Yellow ball. For the neutral, 1 and the frame.
Yeah, 51 in front, 43 on, so it really is good night Vienna for frame 2 anyway. Nursler 2-0 up. Oliver Sykes, it's been a very disappointing day. Nothing's really gone his way, and he's not performed anywhere near his normal standard. Of course, he will be back. He's got time on his side, plenty of it. He's still only 20 years of age. And the first year of a 2-year card for a rookie is very much a learning experience. Nursler came back on tour by coming through a very high pressure match in the Q2 playoffs against Andreas Petrov. He won it easily though, so the pressure towards the end wasn't quite that great. Has been a ranking event quarter-finalist at the shootout.
Frame, Oliver Sykes to break.
So because he got the draw against Fan Jingyi, and now he's guaranteed a draw here, Florian Nursler has wrapped up 3rd place in the group. Oliver Sykes will be the wooden spoonist. The body language there screamed resignation, Dave. It's been a bad day at the office.
Yeah, it just hasn't got any better, has it? And he is a better player than he's shown today. He's already shown it this season, actually, and indeed at the World Qualifying last season. So, for whatever reason, it's not clicked. I do think, you know, playing on the TV and on one of the main tables, okay, there's no audience, but it is a bit of a step up.
1.
Can Nursler step up here and get this one now? I mean, there is a scenario he could still get second if he were to win this 3-0 with a big break, a century, and Fan lost 3-0 to Vafai, then I think he would be second. But again, there's a lot of things that have got to happen there. More likely it's going to be third.
8.
I'm sure he'd just like to finish on a high. If he could win it in one visit here, that sends him home, you know, feeling good. A 3-0 win
9.
with a good finish to it. And it means that he would, by the end of June, have won more matches this season than he did the whole of last. He won 3 last season. He's already won 3 this. Big week coming up after the Championship League, isn't it, for a lot of the players lower ranked. There's 3 ranking event qualifiers. The event that was in Xi'an in China, the British Open and the English Open.
Yeah, that event that was in Xi'an, it's now been moved. We don't know where. Presumably it will be called the Grand Prix. What we do know is that it's very big money. And for the qualifiers, of vital importance. Well, presumably the red that's closest to the cue ball will pot to the right-hand middle.
24.
Left a little more angle on this red than he might have liked. Oh, just struggled in. Just struggled in.
Well, for the record, Fan Chengyi's highest break today, 90. So that's what he would have to beat to stand a chance of finishing above him.
Two.
But has not beaten it here. He's broken down on 32.
What a useful 32. One.
Well, in terms of ranking points and prize money, Sykes can't salvage anything, but he can salvage some pride and, more importantly, some self-belief by playing a good couple of frames to gain what would be, admittedly, an academic draw.
8. Nine. Fourteen. 15.
Well, the red only just went in and he's got a thin black to continue. Oh, thought that was in, but no.
15.
That's a recurring theme. OK, that one wasn't easy, of course. But Black's off the spot, undercutting them, catching that near jaw. He's done it a handful of times now today.
One.
He actually won a scrappy opening frame against Hossein Vafai at 11 o'clock this morning. Did Oliver Sykes. Since then, nothing to show for his efforts.
Yeah, he actually played one of the shots of the day, which was the yellow he potted to win that frame. Was a superb shot. Long yellow, ran the cue ball off a couple of cushions for the green, but that was maybe his last real highlight, and that was, as you say, in the first frame of the day. This is starting to look like his last frame of the day. As I say, he's a better player than we've seen today. Worth following his progress. Of course, 2-year card he's got. This is only the very early stages of the first year.
Yeah, I think it's important for Sykes not to read too much into this. And just draw the positives, i.e. having some TV experience. OK, there's no crowd here, but it's a lovely arena.
22.
And now he's become accustomed to it.
Yes, it's what he's dreamed of, isn't it? Turning professional, but it was never going to be easy. It's not easy for anybody. Think of players who became world champion. Neil Robertson, Shaun Murphy, Kyron Wilson. They all dropped off before getting back on. Judd Trump said of his first season, because it was a 1-year card then, he said he only actually won 8 matches, but of course there are only 6 tournaments, so everything's relative. But, you know, it can be a struggle at first. Got to keep the faith. This, though, for Nursler, is match ball. And this will be a nice way to finish for him. And as I say, it's now coming down to
36.
Potentially a tie with Fan, but of course he's not beaten his high break, so he's going to be third as he misses that one. So maybe
36.
just a glimmer for Sykes here. That's all it is. He needs a snooker.
Yeah, I think he's obligated to carry on, but his heart's not especially in it. Well, mine wouldn't be. Yeah, the shot of a deflated individual.
Yeah, so Nursler's going to be third, and Vafai Fan is the last match. Vafai needing a draw to top the group. At the very least, Fan needs to win.
And when you looked at this group, to be honest, before the start, we thought Fan against Vafai would be the deal breaker.
What a useful 6 frame in the match.
This time, Oliver Sykes does concede, and so Florian Nursler at least has something to show for the day. £1,000, 1,000 world ranking points. He defeats the Englishman, the 20-year-old, by 3 frames to 0. Coming up next, 5 minutes' time. The group depends on it. It's Hossein Vafai against Fan Zhengyi.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
It is the final match of the day on Table 1. It is the group decider. And Hossein Vafaei is very much in the driver's seat. The reason for that, there are 3 possible results here, and he will progress to the last 32 with 2 of them. Obviously, he would go through with a win, and he would go through with maximum points. A draw would be sufficient. As for Fan Zhengyi, well, he simply has to win the match. Not easy against anyone, especially against Hossein Vafaei.
To break.
Just thinking, you know, Lee Walker, it was here at the Invitation Championship League around 18 months or so ago that Hossein Vafaei came in and he could hardly cue because overnight he developed that neck, shoulder, back injury that held him back for quite some time. But he seems now to be playing with a lot more freedom, both physically and mentally.
towards the end of last season, he looked particularly good. Played so well in the World Championship. The match he played against Judd Trump was a fantastic match. You know, Judd didn't play bad in any way, but Hossein still managed to get the better of him.
As for his opponent, Fan Zhengyi, well, we saw when he overcame Oliver Sykes 3-0 with breaks of 90, 59 and 67. He's capable of some pretty nifty stuff. He can knock them in from all over the place and, because of that, be intimidating.
Yeah, I probably would say Fan has probably played slightly better out of the two players today. Obviously, Hossein has won both his matches, but he has been helped a little bit by his opponents.
One.
Good pot on the red. Had to trust a little bit to luck with position. He's okay. He's got a nice angle on the green. He's got a couple of reds to the left of the pink.
Fan actually played very nicely the first time these two met as pros. It was the opening round of the Scottish Open in 2021. Fan made a 133 break and 2 half centuries, but lost 4-2. Their only other meeting, also 4-2 in favour of Vafai in the last 64 of last year's Welsh Open.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier,
12.
Fan Zhengyi's a player I do like to watch.
13.
I think there is a lot more to come from him in the next few years. As I said earlier, he's already won a ranking tournament and beaten the great Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final of that as well. So
20.
shows you what a good player he is.
Yeah, O'Sullivan's been in a boatload of finals. Rankings-wise, I think the two most surprising defeats he suffered in those finals, one would be against Fan, the other would be against Jordan Brown in the Welsh Open. To be honest, though, O'Sullivan's so good, I think it's a surprise whenever he loses.
28.
Yeah, that is true. Fan again is
29.
taking these very nicely. Didn't look that much on when he came to the table, but he's a great chance now to go on and win this frame.
And Lee Walker is keeping quiet. But I can
36.
tell you, one of his clients, one of his players who he coaches, Liam Davis, has just potted the pink frame ball to take a 2-0 lead over Wang Zhihao. So fortunes for Davis, very much more positive than they were.
37.
Was a nice little shot there from Fan. It's a little bit awkward queuing. Judged the little cannon on the black nicely as well.
Four. 45.
pretty good form already this season as well. Panjingi beat Peter Lines, the opening match of the China Open, then followed that up with a good win against Stan Moody. Lost a
53.
tight match against Pang Junju, and then followed that up with a 5-3 win against Anton Kazakov in the Wuhan Open. So 3 wins out of 4. Pretty decent start.
60. $61. $63. 64.
Well, just about to say
64.
that black was frame ball. Seen quite a few blacks off the spot miss today, and that's another one. Very surprising miss. Going along so nicely. Excellent break. Still 67 remaining.
Over the course of this tournament so far, over the course of the season, over the course of careers, it's amazing how often players miss quite simple frame balls. Just that extra grain of pressure, maybe, because they're aware, obviously, what's required. Vafai didn't try anything at all extravagant there with the cue ball, so he's paid it forward and made this a real toughie.
Yeah, like you said, Phil, that was a very tough red. Didn't take any chances with the black, just made sure that he popped the black. So 56 points in it as Fan eyes up this plan. Well, I think you've done him on the plants, Phil.
Well, there I was, extolling his virtues, saying how good he was with plants, and I think he's missed his last 2 now. And that one, in the scheme of things, wasn't too difficult. If he loses this frame, he would be devastated. I apologise for repetition in advance, but these pockets are making the players take note. Of course, Hossein Vafai has played on the Rassons in the Invitation Championship League. If he was expecting buckets, well, he had a rude awakening. This frame pretty much over now, Lee.
Yeah, I think all the players, just chatting to them in the players' room, they're all finding these pockets
7.
a little bit tighter than they have been
8.
over the last couple of years in this event.
I must say, considering the heat last week,
11.
the UK had a massive heat wave, and in fact they've updated today the highest ever temperature in the UK for June. They thought it was 37.4, but there was a weather station somewhere in the East Anglia region that noted a temperature on Friday of 37.7. So in that heat, I think conditions have been excellent, actually. The table fitters have done a really good job, but there is no doubt these pockets make you think.
24.
Yeah, it's an excellent start. Although he missed that routine
26.
black, which was frame ball. So I think he certainly played, for me, the best snooker so far of anyone in this group.
Fanjingi, 26, and the frame.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that. And he's on his way to the victory he needs. The first piece of the puzzle has been affixed. 1-0 up on Hossain Vafaei. Now, on table 2, Liam Davis 2-0 up on Huang Jihao, and what's more, in the balls.
11.
And that's something he's been doing a lot over the last match and a half. Had a lot of good chances, and I must say, after a poor start today, when he was beaten 3-1 by Noppon Sankar, he's actually looked really good. Liam Davis is the kind of player, you don't know whether it's going to happen. You never know with anyone. But Liam Davis is the kind of player who, if he finds some confidence, he's got all the attributes, certainly technical, to become a world-class player. I think in that, actually, Lee, he's very similar to another Liam who we're going to see tomorrow, Liam Pullen.
Yeah, another very talented youngster. It is lovely to see some of these youngsters coming through now and playing some really good snooker.
Second frame, Hossain Vafaei to break.
Remember, Hossain Vafaei needs only a draw to top the group, but to do that he now needs to win 2 of the next 3 frames.
Bit of a safety mistake from Fan. Thought for a minute he was going to fluke the red, but stuck over this left-hand black pocket.
1.
Former world amateur champion Hossain Vafaei, undoubtedly the finest player Iran has ever produced, and they've produced several good players.
Yeah, we won't talk about the World Amateur Championship, Phil.
Yeah, I'm just opening the door there for you.
He actually beat me 10-9 on the black in the final, so I've just about got over it, and you've reminded me of it. Thanks, Phil.
3.
Well, in a roundabout way.
Played that very well.
4.
And that red potted now means that the black will pot into both corner pockets. Into the pink again, I think. decided to play for the loose red.
9. 10.
Just thinking about your World Amateur Final, Lee,
17.
in Bangalore, India. At least you didn't have a lengthy plane ride back to think about losing on the black. Could have been Australia, New Zealand,
18.
Vanuatu. So be honest now, was he lucky?
No.
25.
I was about 40 points behind in the deciding frame, made a clearance on 50, missed the final pink, and he potted pink and black to win on the black. So this time did decide to go into them.
31.
Didn't quite catch the pink absolutely full in the face. You can see they just caught it slightly on the left hand side, but he was okay.
32.
The way he went into them, I think, on the balance of everything, he should have been on the red. But in the end, he was lucky to find that gap.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to hit that obviously full in the face to split the reds everywhere, and he's played a couple of those today where he actually hit the pink absolutely full in the face and hasn't landed on anything. On that one, didn't really catch it as he would have wanted, and he's actually landed pretty good.
And this is where Vafai excels. He's a very accomplished break builder.
38.
Yeah, his cue ball is usually very, very good.
39.
It's a nice little shot there. Lots of left-hand side through the yellow and the brown.
Yeah, I think the last but one shot that Lee described was typical Vafai. He's got a cultured cue ball.
Yeah, he really is. Excellent player. He can keep himself fit for the rest of the season. He can keep playing like he showed the form of
51.
in the World Championship. I'm sure he can rise back up those rankings again. Has been up as high as number 15. Sure that will be one of his targets to get back in the top 16. Started off with 3 wins out of 3 in the qualifiers. Looks like he's overdone that one though.
58.
And he's not over the line yet in this frame. He's got a nice lead, 58 points. All the colours on the spots. So, needs to be careful.
Yeah, in terms of ability, he's a top 16 player, but like the old saying, Lee, these days there are more than 16 top 16 players out there. Probably about 32.
Yeah, there are some great players on the tour at the moment. Standard is terrifically high. When Hossein beat Judd in that last 16 match at the Crucible, oh, you see him. Well, maybe you got the wrong player, Phil. It was Hossein, I think, it's good at the plants.
Did he spy that at the last moment? Because initially he didn't seem interested.
59.
Obviously, there was a large degree of safety involved as well.
Yeah, we're just saying when Hossein beat Judd and played so well, it shows how difficult it is. Just beat arguably the best player in the world for the last 4 or 5 years. And then you come up against Buiza, who Hossein described as playing computer game snooker. Same shot here for Fan. Just got to slightly adjust. And he's not adjusted enough. Doesn't want the cue ball to go behind the green.
4. Free ball.
So that 4-point foul means that Fanjenki can only tie now.
Well, so many options here. We could ask Fan to play again. He could take the aggressive route and try and pot one. But I think putting Fan back in where he has left the cue ball, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, he has to make sure he hits the red this time. Yeah, caught the red too thick, but had to make sure he hit the red.
One.
And this time, no mistake. Surely seal this second frame.
Well, in his first match, he came back from 1-0 down to win 3-1 against Oliver Sykes.
9.
Doesn't need a win here. A draw would be sufficient.
Yeah, and two pretty entertaining frames, it has to be said. Both players like to get on with it. Both players good scorers.
16.
And a good match so far.
17. $24. 25. 32. Hussein Vafai, 32 and the frame.
Just like that, Hossein Vafai back on level terms. He needs one more frame to top the table. Well, over on table 2, it looked like a fait accompli. It looked as though Liam Davis was going to win 3-0, but he missed a sitter of a red. And now Huang Zhihao in frame 3 could still steal this. And if he does so, it would be a serious blow to Davis's chances.
Well, that was a pretty good shot there from Huang. Tough red though. If you can pot it. And all the colours sitting on their spots. And that's an excellent shot.
You wouldn't believe the red that Davis missed when he realised it had wobbled in the jaws. He looked completely astounded.
Yeah, a couple of times through this group today with one has had chances to clear and hasn't done it. He'll be very disappointed if he doesn't do it from that one.
You can see all of the action all of the time on Table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, and we'll keep you updated. Now though, back to the crunch match on Table 1, where neither of them are holding back.
Yeah, so 2 frames to play. Fan has to win both if he's to win this group.
1.
Well, he's coming round to see if he can get through to the black. I don't think he can.
Pink ball.
This could be the end of Liam Davis's hopes of topping the table as the pink just about struggles in. The black not a certainty, mind you, for Huang. What a lifeline, coach.
Yeah, I did say a few times today he's had chances very similar to that to clear up. Mr. Pink against Ben Wollaston, and I think the first frame of the day, and he'd be bitterly disappointed.
But now Liam Davis with a 3-0 win. You never know, depending on what happens in the last match against Ben Wollaston or Noppon Sankam. He could be one of the few players to lose a match and still win a group.
Not the best shot there from Hossein. Would have expected to pot that red. Could have certainly left an easier red for Fan.
So many permutations in the Table 2 group. So Liam Davis now has 6 points. He's won 7 frames, lost 4. If Noppon Sankam loses to Ben Wollaston, 3-0, he would have got 6 points as well. Frames won 6, lost 4. But Wollaston would go to 6 points also, and he'd be on 7 frames won, 3 lost, so he'd be the table topper. (3-1) to Wollaston. Well, Wollaston and Davis would both finish 6 points, both winning 7 frames for the loss of 4. And Davis won their head-to-head. But Noppon would be on 6 points as well. 7 frames won, lost 4. Exactly the same. So then it would come down to a mini table, and it might come down to the high break.
Yeah, I think Liam Davis currently has the highest break, Phil, if I'm correct.
Yeah, 1-2-1. Of course, if Sankalm beats or draws with Ben Wollaston, all of those permutations go out the window. The tie is the
Green ball.
group champion. After going through all of that, Lee, I think I'm off for a lie down.
Slightly scrappier start to this frame. Pink already out of play. Black currently in the middle of the red, so even if one of these players does get a chance, it'll be difficult at the moment to make a break.
So Vafai misses the red, walks away from the table, and then just looks back in anger when he realises the error of his ways.
One.
It's a good pot from Fan. Cue him as slightly awkward, but if he's going to continue this break, he's going to need another good pot. Yeah, that was far from easy.
Fanjingi. One.
And the added kick in the teeth you're going to see here. Once he'd missed the blue then comes back and jolts the cue ball down towards a much easier red than it would have been otherwise.
One.
Yeah, played that nicely.
Two group deciders are being played simultaneously. Nopon Sankalm has just started out against Ben Wollaston.
Seven.
Yeah, similar little shot that he played there to the red before. Played it very, very well. love to go into that pack of reds to see if he can get that black into play. Well, he's okay. Would have loved to have just promoted
12.
that black towards the right-hand black pocket. You could see played that on the side where the black was, hoping
13.
to knock it towards the right-hand black pocket, but he still ended up on a red, so still in decent position.
$18. $19.
We said earlier, won 3 out of 3 in his qualifying matches at this venue a couple of weeks ago. Made 4 tons in those 3
24.
matches as well. And if he can win this frame, he'll have won this group as well. So it'll be an excellent
25.
start to the season for Hossein Vafai.
When he was unable to play well because of the injury that just came out of nowhere, it must have been purgatory, because I think of all the injuries you can have, the neck shoulder injury is the most restrictive. So consequently, now he's feeling better.
30.
It must give him a whole new perspective. Just glad to be out there.
$31.
He was actually so concerned about it that he, at one point, consulted the Iranian Olympic doctor.
Yeah, I think if you play this game, and you play it for a number of years, and you
36.
don't get any back or neck problems, back, neck, shoulder, I think you've been extremely lucky.
37.
Well, the classic case of someone who had to retire very prematurely was Martin Clark, who was still very high in the rankings, but his neck was so bad, had to pack it in. Remained in snooker. He's now one of the tournament directors. Does a fine job, does Martin.
42.
Yeah, he's going along very nicely here. Just concentrating on getting top side of the blue. He's taking these reds, and every red he takes opens up another one. That red has now freed another one to the opposite black pocket. Things looking very good here for Hossein Vafai. Blue puts him 47 points in front, so
14.
red and blue should be enough to win this group.
$49.
It's been an excellent effort, this one, Phil.
It has, and you know, it's still very early in the season. We're not out of the month of June yet, but I just get the feeling with Vafai, the new campaign is going to be a successful one for him.
55.
Yeah, he's played 2 very
62.
strong frames here after an excellent start from Fan. It's what the top players do,
63.
produce their best when they need it the most. And he certainly is a top player.
70.
Yeah, much better than his official world ranking of 28 would suggest.
$71.
So he had a century earlier. Lee said he made 3 centuries in the qualifiers recently. So I reckon if he clears up here, it would be his 5th of the season already. Oh, put the bock on that, didn't I?
71.
But
Ends the frame.
he's done enough. The match isn't over. There's still one more frame to play. But the main issue has been decided. Hossein Vafai is the group champion, regardless of whether he wins this match or draws. Right now, the Iranian leads by 2 frames to 1. Interestingly, you know, this format is very, very tough. These groups are so volatile. Fortunes can fluctuate wildly, and that's been the case in Group 29. Over on Table 2, Ben Wollaston only on 3 points at the moment. But if he were to win the last match against Noppon Sankam, the apple cart would be turned over, as they say. The only thing we know for sure right now, Wang Jihao is going to finish at the bottom of the group with 0 points. In fact, he didn't win a single frame today, lost 9 out of 9. Can Liam Davis come back from effectively the dead? Will Ben Wollaston overcome Noppon Sankam when it matters? Or can Sankam complete an unbeaten run to the top of the table? Right now I can tell you Wollaston is in the balls. He's leading by 23 points to 0 against Sankam in the first frame. So this group is completed, although the last frame yet to be played. So that's 13 completed groups in the tournament so far. And it means 9 top seeds have been successful. Really good strike rate given the harshness of the format, Lee.
Yeah, but it just goes to show you, and that's why they are the top seeds.
3.
Fan's okay. He's guaranteed second place at least. If he loses the match, he and Florian Nursler will both be on 4 points, but
11.
Fan's frame difference will be slightly superior. $17. $18. Another upshot of Vafai being successful. We now have 5 nations represented in the second stage of the tournament, the last 32. England, China, Wales, Scotland and Iran.
Always nice to see Wales there, Phil.
Yeah, doubly represented.
$25.
by Dylan Emery and Jackson Page.
Yeah, Jackson has got off to a wonderful start this season.
26.
He hasn't yet lost a match. Won all his matches in the qualifiers. Won his group. Exactly like Hossein is going to do.
Just give me a second.
That's when you hear the referees just whispering to the players, just give me a second. When the pink spot is occupied and they know they have to place the pink closest to its own spot in a direct line with the black. I think he might have a chance of putting it on its spot here, but it's a very delicate operation.
Yeah, this is
Maybe here I need to.
This is certainly where you don't want to drop that pink.
I was at a Matchroom League match many years ago in Crawley, and the poor old referee dropped a ball right in the middle of the pack and they went everywhere. Put those back.
Yeah, I've seen somebody do it in a league match.
32.
Drop the pink straight in the middle of the reds.
$33.
Obviously he's not going to win the group now, but I think Fan has played very well today. Looked very good. Nice to see him playing well again.
38.
Yeah, Vafai hasn't been overwhelmingly superior. I think he has been a little more reliable. Let's put it that way. That's the difference.
Yeah, I think he was maybe helped a little bit by his opponents in the first two games. Both Oliver Sykes and Florian Nursler both had good chances to win frames against him. It's all right having the chances. You got to take them.
39.
That's another excellent pot. Very tough red. Now, can he pot the blue and go on and win this final frame?
I think he can take plenty, though, from the way he's played into his next engagement, which, as Lee mentioned a while ago, qualifies for the Chinese Grand Prix, the English and British Opens.
$45.
Yeah, there's 3 big qualifiers to come. That'll be 5 tournaments already played, well, and including this one, 6.
52.
So those qualifiers extremely important.
$53.
The plot thickens on table 2. Ben Wollaston is going to win the first frame from Noppon Sankar.
$55.
3 players could finish on 6 points, and it could be devilishly difficult to work out who's going through.
Yeah, I haven't got to work that out, if that does happen.
56.
must say, this has been excellent 4 frames from these two players. So
62.
62 points in front, 67 still remaining, but just this simple red.
63.
Yeah, he's not the leading light of Chinese snooker, but he's got a really big upside, and when he plays his best,
70.
he could be really difficult to stop because he's not frightened. Plays fearless snooker.
76.
Yeah, I think we might, well, see him have a few good runs this season.
77.
Played well. It's very unfortunate not to beat Sean Murphy at the Crucible a couple of months ago.
Yeah, started the season 57th in the world rankings. That's a precarious spot, but I would be astounded if he lost his place on tour.
Fanjingi, 84.
Doesn't finish with a century, but he does with a run of 84. And so that was a fluent match. Hossein Vafai getting the desired result. It's a 2-all draw, and that means with 7 points, Vafai is at the top of the table. Fan Zhengyi comes in second place with 5 points. Florian Nursler gets the consolation of £1,000 and 1,000 ranking points. But for Oliver Sykes, the rookie, the 20-year-old from Eastleigh near Southampton, it's been a day to forget. He will have much better as his career progresses. So Vafai, after that good start in the qualifiers, just continues on in a winning vein, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted to make the last 32. And I think it's fair to say, Lee, he's got the credentials to be the overall champion of this BetVictor Championship League.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think, he hasn't won apart from the shootout, he hasn't won a ranking tournament. And, playing the way he did and playing the way he did against Judd in the World Championship, I think definitely a winner of this tournament and other tournaments as well.
So I believe David Hendon is down there talking to Hossein. Let's get his reaction.
Hossein, your good start to the season continues. You're still unbeaten this season.
Yeah, thanks God. I'm doing well.
And last season you had the shoulder issue. Is that sorted out now?
Yeah, I don't have any pain at all now, and I can focus on my game, and I'm playing happily. And because sometimes the pain come back, but it is controllable. It's not like a few months ago. I couldn't even reach the shot, and my arm was getting so heavy. But thanks God, I'm getting my form back, and hopefully I continue.
Because you had such a good end to last season, of course, at the Crucible. Have you set goals for this season?
Well, yeah, everyone have goals. Hopefully I do better than my previous season. So this is the main goal for me.
I've always thought you're a big occasion player. Do you feel you're ready to win, one of the really big tournaments?
100%. I always back myself to win the tournament, but it's just because I don't want to talk about the past, but it's just a matter of time to learning more and get a few experience as I needed to win the tournament. So, and I get all of my lesson now. It should happen,
Excellent. Well done today. We'll see you back here in a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone who've been supporting us. Cheers.
Cheers. That's great. Thanks.
So Hossein Vafai moves into Group B on the 10th of July, where he will join Ian Burns and Dean Young, one more winner of the first stage groups to join them there. As for tomorrow, well, another 2 groups coming your way. Over on table 2, Jimmy Robertson, Hamed Mir, Anthony Kowalski and Martin O'Donnell will do battle. As for our main coverage, well, that will feature Elliot Slessor, the newly relegated Rob Milkins. He's not a member of the tour anymore. Can he produce some of his old fire in the BetVictor Championship League? Also, Liu Wenwei takes centre stage, as does one of the finest prospects in snooker at the moment, from Yorkshire, Liam Pullen. It's a day to look forward to. Just a reminder, if you want to see the end of the action on table 2, which is still very meaningful, Ben Wollaston and Noppon Sankam, go over to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But for David Hendon, for Lee Walker and myself, Phil Yates, it just remains to say a very good evening and hope to have your company back here in Leicester tomorrow.